Call this meeting to order at 7:00 p.m. Pledge of Allegiance, pro tempore Cerisi.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all.
National anthem is unavailable. Roll call and verification of quorum. LJR Chair Urea.
Custis.
Here.
Moroto.
Here.
Mole. Podier. Kira.
Here.
Gomez. Martinez. McClellan.
Present.
Millington.
Present.
Richard.
Present.
Temple.
Present.
Bursey. Caldwell.
Present.
Robbins.
Present.
Spalding.
Present.
Van Kirk.
Present.
Castello.
Present.
Ferguson.
Present.
Lairdo.
Here.
Maury.
Here.
Wynn. Penna.
Here.
Simcoe.
Present.
Wanjin.
Present.
Fairvert. Domino.
Here.
Foster.
Here.
Galloway. Beaumont.
Here.
Becerra.
Present.
Gell.
Present.
DeMarla. Patel.
Present.
Yamonchili.
Present.
Cinco. Hurrell.
Present.
Borges.
Here.
Roll.
Here.
Almanar.
Present.
Anderson.
Present.
Castellan.
Present.
Sebula. Hall.
Present.
Holmes. Huerta. Costas.
Here.
Martin.
Present.
Salerno.
Present.
Saucedo.
Present.
Tache.
Present.
Me. Cerisi. 43 out of 54. Quorum is verified.
Thank you, Chair Urea. Approval of the minutes. Take a look at the minutes from the special session, and I will take a motion. Vice Chair Temple.
Move to approve last meeting's minutes.
There's been a motion to approve the minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the minutes stand approved. Approval of the agenda. Take a look at tonight's agenda. Deezer Foster.
Move to approve tonight's agenda.
There's been a motion to approve the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the agenda stands approved. Open forum. At this time, non-senators may come up here to the podium and speak. Every speaker will have 60 seconds to present their issues before the Student Body Senate. First up, Sophia Duji. Ms. Fletcher, your 1 minute will start now.
Okay. Dear fellow senators, I'm not able to speak tonight because it is Ramadan and we have nightly programs at my mosque, but Director Fletcher will read my remarks. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the visual media coordinator. I would like to first start off by thanking each and every one of you I had the pleasure of working with. I can't leave my position without leaving some of my advice for some of you as we go into confirmations later this summer. And work with the Daniela and Zelly administration. Over the past year, I have tried to work with them, and I just think that it is my job to inform you guys what has happened. Let me start with Zelly. From day one, her job was to support and supervise the Division of Communications. At the beginning of this administration, she made it clear that she wanted to meet with all of us. She failed to do this and to support us. On top of that, she has repeatedly lied about many things. I'm gonna make it quick. I didn't know it was a minute. Students, if you put, why could you not have just told us that you would not be in the office? This is just one of the many examples of her lying to us about petty issues throughout
The
this.
allotted time has elapsed.
Okay.
Ms. Fletcher, you are next on the agenda, so a minute.
Okay, I wrote a long speech. I'm just going to jump ahead to my most important part. So this is about Daniela. She has consistently made rude remarks about individuals and identity groups. She has always responded by saying that she is a type A and that she's trying to work on it, but I believe that she is just a mean person. Zelly was my direct supervisor, and I became so uncomfortable working with her that I just instead got support from VP Wilson and President Hall. I find it contradictory that the two of them mentioned Mia Marcano, the student who was tragically killed on their platform. But when SG and the Caribbean Student Association hosted a memorial celebration, the two of them were up in the office with their kick feet up. The two of them do not have good intentions and do not have true care for the student body. I trust that you all will hold them accountable, and I look forward to seeing all of the work that you all will do. Thank you.
Next up is Adriana Harris. Chair Gell.
Can I direct a question to Director Fletcher? Can she insert her speech that she didn't fully get to say into the Senate minutes so we can still read through it?
I'll also say that any speech can also be emailed to any student body senator. Adrian, you have 1 minute when you're ready.
Is it? So I am not Adriana Harris, but I will go ahead and speak for her. So hello, Senate. I'm so sorry I could not be here tonight as I have class during the time that Senate meets. Echoing the sentiments of my fellow cabinet members, I fear for the future of student government in the hands of the future president and vice president. Sustainability at this university is on the increase, and while I've worked hard this year to start relations and create a foundation that encourages new ideas, sustainability, and a greener campus culture, this year as a coordinator under the Division of Student Affairs, I have received little to no support from my chief of staff, the future president of the student body. She has shown no interest in many of our initiatives, drives, or ideas, and has offered little support at our events and for our initiatives. It has created a culture of having to work by ourselves and a tense office culture that makes the office suffocating to be in and stifles the ability to work. My fear for this administration is that it will be packed with the friends of the president and vice president and not qualified, experienced individuals who have the interest of the student body in their best interest.
The allotted time has elapsed, but I will say that that could be emailed to every student body senator here.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Present and voting.
So noted at 7:08 p.m. Chair Holmes.
Present and voting?
So noted at 7:08 p.m. Chair Cox.
Present and voting.
So noted at 7:08 p.m. Yes.
Present and voting.
So noted at 7:08 p.m.
Present and voting.
So noted at 7:08 p.m. Any other senators needing to become present and voting? All right. Any other students wishing to speak during open forum? Yes. Just push the button at the bottom of the mic to turn it on, and your 1 minute will start now.
Hi, I'm Olivia Solomon. I'm the lead organizer of March for Our Lives UCF, and I'm going to be speaking in favor of Resolution 54-01. So we know there's a mental health crisis among our generation, and as college students, we see it every day. According to the Harvard Political View, suicide is the second leading cause of death for college students. And similarly, a report from Emory University showed that 11.1% of students reported having suicidal ideations in the past month. So right now at UCF, if a student is thinking of suicide, harming themselves, or is experiencing a mental health crisis, if they call an emergency number, an armed police officer is sent. These are not mental health professionals equipped to manage and safely de-escalate the situation, but they're armed individuals taught to treat the person experiencing the emergency as a threat. According to the Treatment Advocacy Center, people with untreated mental illness are 16 times more likely to be killed by the police. When an armed individual shows up to attempt to defuse a situation, this can often elicit a trauma response, especially when people of color are the person calling for help, as statistically—
The allotted time has elapsed. Olivia, I apologize, but thank you for your time.
All right, I'm just saying, please vote for this. It will help people on campus directly. Thank you.
Are there any other individuals wishing to speak during open forum? Seeing none, announcements from the student body president, President Hall, Attorney General Soto.
I can't believe I gave that long walk for the first time, for the last time. I'll share a little bit more later in my announcements. As the President Hall's announcements, hi Senate, thank you all for the amazing work you accomplished this year. It was an absolute pleasure to work with you all. Tomorrow is the 5th and final day of Happiness Week. I am hopeful you all can attend. It is tomorrow at 12 at noon on the Memory Mall pavers. Gratitude journals and Happiness Week bracelets have been placed on all of your seats. One bracelet is for you and one is for you to give to someone who makes you happy. Diversity and Inclusion Coordinator Adrian Lee hosted a wonderful event to commemorate the new mural being placed in front of the Cultural Center. Grand Prix the Exam events start next week. Come out to late night's breakfast starting at 10 p.m. on Tuesday, April 26th. And a project update. Today, we ordered 2 benches for the Eternal Nights Garden. How exciting. That is all.
Any questions for the Attorney General regarding the President's report? Seeing none, announcements from the Student Body Vice President, Attorney General Soto.
I wish I was making voices whenever I was reading their announcements. That would be fun. Hello, Senate. My apologies for not being there tonight. To wish you all good luck in your finals and wish you good luck during summer. I am so appreciative of the opportunity you gave me to be Student Body Vice President. I'm so proud of all Meg and I and our cabinet have accomplished. I know we did not work with all of you in this new session for very long, but we are appreciative of the collaboration we have had within the 53rd session and wish you all good luck in the 54th. As always, go Knights and charge on to a golder and brighter future.
Any questions for the Attorney General regarding the Student Body Vice President's report? Seeing none, Comptroller's report, Attorney General Soto.
You all seem so enthusiastic to hear me once and once again. Very well. No announcements for the Comptroller, though I know that deep in her heart, she will miss you dearly. The CRTR account balance is $309,449.60 with a reversion rate of 14.333%. And the FAO current account balance is $85,735.76 with a reversion rate of 20.432%.
Any questions for the Attorney General regarding the Comptroller's report? Seeing none, Cabinet Forum, Attorney General Soto.
Finally, I can be me. Great. Hello, Senate. Tonight is the last night I appear in front of this body as the Attorney General officially. My time with the 53rd and 54th student body sessions highlights our shared efforts to advocate for students across campus. Your dedication, exhaustive efforts, and persistence in the face of adversity have marked me as a leader forever. I dearly recall all of our disagreements, objections when I asked to speak, and differences at the time of statutory interpretation, because I believe that the tug and pull of any political body refines conflict into a precious gold that ultimately benefits the student body. In the face of future disagreements, I implore you to recognize the inherent humanity of those across the aisle. This will only prove beneficial to yourself, the other party, student government, and students as a whole. I believe in you, not only because you are incredibly talented and innovative individuals, but because your success is everyone's success. Thank you once again for an amazing year. And now perhaps some more official announcements. I have published an opinion regarding tonight's censure. This opinion makes the censure null and void and cannot be seen during this Senate's meeting. Another censure must be submitted with the mention of a specific statute in order for it to be considered valid. I have spoken with Senator Caucus, and we have shared different thoughts about this, and they seem to be very understanding, though I welcome questions about that conversation. I have also received 2 other questions regarding First Amendment constitutional protections. I would like to begin by stating that I am not an attorney, and I cannot provide this Senate or any other body or individual with any legal advice. Nonetheless, only as an educational manner, I will present the questions posed and present simple yet paramount commentary. Here are the questions. Is censuring someone based on protected speech under the First Amendment unconstitutional? Is the insinuation that one should abandon religious liberties to avoid further censures an unconstitutional breach of First Amendment protections? I don't know the answers to those, and I cannot provide them for you, sadly. But here's something important. The Supreme Court interprets the First Amendment to protect even offensive ideals. In Matala versus Tam, a unanimous court concluded that the government then offended a bedrock First Amendment principle, that free speech may not be banned on the ground that it expresses ideas that offend. Thus, this irreversible opinion should provide useful commentary on the rationale this Senate should use when proposing disciplinary actions against an individual. I do not defend the transphobic comments of any individual and find them unpalatable. While those actions are reprehensible, they fall within the realm of protected speech. Once again, Senate, thank you for your time, for consistently choosing to hear me, and for, regardless of how many difficulties we've had, marking me and changing me as a leader forever. Thank you.
Before I take any questions for the Attorney General, I understand that the opinion was sent to the Senate less than an hour ago. Not everyone may have had the time to read it, so I will allow you all a 3-minute reading time starting now. The allotted reading time has elapsed. Are there any questions for the Attorney General? Senator Taché and then Senator Moll.
So for everyone's information, I sit on the LJR committee, so I was a part of this hearing. After the hearing, Jan and I spoke regarding the vagueness of these statutes and how we felt that was a problem, and how that needed to be addressed, and how we felt that there should be a point D added for things that could require a censure, such as harassment towards other senators or people coming into the Senate chamber who are just students. That being said, I wholeheartedly disagree with the decision he has made here to say that other legal mandates don't actually include other legal mandates. Title IX is a legally binding piece of our law in this country. And I think it's also an incredibly simple statute that takes very little time to read, and we all prepared to read this before ahead of time, especially the person who's in charge of making sure we know the rules when we're in the committee. And so I just think for us to have sat there for 2 hours through this hearing, to waste the committee's time and to make Evan
Your question, Senator Taché?
My question is, what changed between then when we sat through that and had to put Evan through that again, and now that made you now realize all of a sudden that there was no legal basis to this claim?
Thank you for that question. I would like to begin by addressing that this, of course, carries big emotional burden. I do not wish to ignore that. I wish to recognize and note that my opinion does not comment on the validity emotionally or socially or politically of the actions taken or of any of that, but rather what changed, perhaps to get to the harder question, is legal research. I always try to act with the best, to the best of my knowledge as it pertains to statutes. And when posed the question, to be completely honest, originally conferred with my previous decision, but I believe that it was necessary to double and triple check my answer. And after much deliberation, this request was sent to me around 1:30 p.m. I think I sent it to, I had student government assistant Alo send it to everyone at 6. That's the amount of time it took me to sit down and think about this. So while I understand that there's a lot of emotional weight here, this opinion is purely on that legal basis and legal research point. Thank you for your question.
It's going to go Mole, Sibula, Urea, Wanjin.
So to my knowledge, although non-discrimination and non-discrimination clauses have their roots in the Civil Rights Act and through Title IX, which is referenced by this censure, there is no such non-discrimination clause which exists within student government statutes. So if someone were to say, maybe not a transphobic joke, but something else that is protected by those statutes, such as using a slur which refers to someone's racial, ethnic, or religious or other background, would that mean that there is no way to do a censure without going through the process which you spoke about in your opinion of first going through the student conduct and then, using those avenues first before a censure or impeachment or non-compliance could be brought forth?
Thank you for that question, Senator Mole. I'll note that there is another venue. I'll start with the answer and then I'll provide some context. Perhaps Senate Rule 3 might be a place for a place where that might be found. In Senate Rule 3, I can't cite the specific statute, but rather in the second document, the top of the second page of Senate Rule 3, it states that Senate behavioral standards, and it particularly notes what senators shall and shall not do. So whenever an senator is acting in their official capacity, it sets those limits. I would have to think further of when a senator is acting as a senator or an individual, but I can provide further clarification with an opinion request. I hope that helps.
Related to the answer? Yes.
How would one go about requesting an opinion request?
What a wonderful question. So you can send me an email saying that you want an opinion and just make sure that you write down the opinion. Good advice that I always give to people wanting to ask for an opinion of me is that you make sure that you're asking what you want to ask. There are times where questions can get conflated and I might read the question to mean something different than what you wanted or any individual might want. So just making sure that the language is clear will help me provide you with the answer you seek.
Is that a question or is it president voting? Okay, so the order was Sibula, Urea, Wanjin, and then Almanar.
So I'm just wondering, what is the threshold for something that's considered harassment or religious freedom, or does any sort of harassment fall under religious freedom? Could I just say anything I want and be like, oh, it's my religion? Could I do that?
Thank you for that question. For legal reasons, I sadly can't start the question with the actual answer. I'll start by saying that I can't provide legal advice because I'm not an attorney. So the answer is no. Not everything that one says is suddenly magically protected by the First Amendment. The First Amendment is not a magical wand to be used by bigots and by individuals that harbor hateful speech. Rather, the line is very complex. I cannot share that I understand it. But I do know that the Office of Institutional Equity says that they do, and I trust that they do. So if you would like to get a better clarification specifically for sexual discrimination or sexual harassment, Office of Institutional Equity would be a fantastic resource.
Follow up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just like to apologize. I came off very on the offense. This is a difficult topic, and I'm sorry for speaking to you that way.
Please, I welcome all questions, and I did not take it wrongfully. I appreciate the question.
Chair Urea?
Can I provide a point of information?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Just regarding Jason's question, I do want to mention that AG Soto did talk to me about this during the meeting and after, so I wasn't like taken aback by the opinion. It was like stated that that was an issue before, but it was ultimately up to the committee on what they chose to do with that, and they chose to that it did have merit, they said. But yes, and also I do want to mention that I do think actually never mind.
Yes.
Matthew Revert, President voting.
So I cannot say present and voting because you have accumulated more than 2 unexcused absences and have been dismissed from the Student Body Senate. But
Can I make an objection because I filled out the Senate absence form within 10 days?
yes, so to my knowledge, it was submitted after you had already accumulated the absence. So while you still have 10 days to submit one, you were considered dismissed from the Student Body Senate. But we can discuss reinstatement during miscellaneous business tonight. So, all right, Dlag Wanjin.
I apologize if this comes off as rude, but may I ask where in statutes or the Constitution it states that the Attorney General has the power to declare a censure null and void?
That is not an explicit power. My interpretation can only be followed through if I truly believe that my interpretation is the interpretation, the right one. But second, I will follow action if this censure is seen today with the individuals that choose to see this censure. What I wrote in this paper is genuine, and I truly believe that it is not valid, and I will follow through with my word.
Senator Almanar.
So my question goes back to what you referred to when you changed your mind based off the legal research you did. Looking into the case that you mentioned to us, Matal versus Tam, the case isn't necessarily about freedom of speech, but more about if the government can regulate trademark names. And also reading into the opinions and the arguments made in that case, the case isn't about freedom of speech. It's about ethnic and terminology. I'm not going to bring up the name of what that's said in the case, but it being taken back by a certain minority for that slang. So I was just wondering, how do you interpreted that to apply to this specific situation as precedent for your justification for you to make that decision to overrule the censor?
That comment did not even ever influence my opinion to overrule the censure. I cannot give legal advice. I'm not an attorney, but you are right. The case certainly talks about a number of things, and it talks about a band, and that band had a very peculiar name and a very unpalatable name, to say the least. A Patent and Trademark Office of the United States chose to deny them a patent based on that name. The Supreme Court then found that violated the First Amendment, as denying them a trademark based on their name was denying their freedom of speech. That is only educational, and it is not my official interpretation as Attorney General.
Are there any other questions for the Attorney General? Chair Hall.
So my first question is just clarification, then I have a follow-up after the clarification. So the issue at the heart of your decision is that the actual student body code was not cited, that the other things were cited, but not specifically student body statutes.
Yes, but there's a that's half the answer. The other half of that answer is that I looked through LJR's rationale to see if they had found some authority within statutes that they based their decision on. Because just because, for example, let's say that, as I used in my opinion, Attorney General Mickey Mouse yells obscenities during multiple Senate meetings and then he gets censured, right? That might change in the LJR meeting for that censure, where the LJR committee might find Attorney General Mickey Mouse to have also violated a number of other statutes. So the LJR can also choose, and I did not feel that they found any statutory authority.
If I may then, so in my mind, looking at the actual censure, when I looked at it, obviously it cites the golden rule and whatnot. Everything that I see specifically in our Constitution as a body mentions the golden rule before it mentions student body statutes, particularly duties and power of the student body senate. A is upholding the golden rule handbook. B is student body statutes. In theory, with this ruling, like obviously, yes, I understand that at the end of the day, should student statutes have been cited? Sure. But if the golden rule is cited, does that not supersede the student statutes because the student body statutes are built upon the golden rule itself?
Phenomenal question. Let me just say that. Do you know who John Locke is? John Locke was a very famous philosopher in the 1700s, and he wrote perhaps the most influential documents that inspired the Constitutional Convention and ultimately the American Constitution and most of modern law. Just because John Locke wrote documents that guide every principle of the Constitution does not mean that we will follow John Locke's rationale as law. Ultimately, the governing documents are the ones that govern, and in this scenario, right, we are bound by it and we cannot limit an individual's constitutional liberties. I was only clarifying because the senator who made the comment, I forget their name, was ultimately mistaken. And for the record, I wanted that to be reflected.
Any other questions for the Attorney General? Martinez, then Wanjin, then Mo.
Okay, so I basically just got here, so I'm not 100% on the context, but are you saying, is your position, Attorney General, that we cannot do anything about it because the statutes don't allow for it? So I'm basically asking, are you saying that we should just do nothing?
Not at all. Perhaps let me clarify. This kind of works well with other questions asked. Throughout my role as Attorney General, I've worked very hard to become better at being impartial. That has been a very challenging job. I certainly have my own opinions, as each of you do, but I act with the utmost integrity in my work. That being said, I do not say that this Senate should not do anything. I find the statements made and the jokes made completely unbearable. I do not wish to get into my own family history, but some of my family members are a part of that community, and that has caused great strain in my family. I sympathize greatly. I'll leave it there. Nonetheless, my opinion only chooses to refine the basis by which the censure was submitted for this body. If any other sanctions wish to be imposed through other methods, they can. I just simply found by legal analysis that the authority chosen is not a proper authority.
Follow up, then Wanjin, Mo, and then we're moving forward.
Okay, well, so is there anything that you would suggest, or is there any specific action that you would suggest? I don't know if it's your place to or not, so if it's not, just don't answer, but I mean, if you do not believe that this is the appropriate way to go about it, then what do you think would be?
A censure seems more than fine. I would need to do a little bit more research to find perhaps like the perfect thing that should have been. I haven't found that. I will only say that if in some scenario, not to use the current scenario, Attorney General Mickey Mouse was brought to student conduct and he was found in violation of something, that would put Attorney General Mickey Mouse under the possibility of impeachment. And so that is another venue depending on the result of any student conduct decision.
Dlag Wandren.
May I direct a clarification of procedural question to Brody?
Yes.
So according to 909.1 D, if a majority of the LJR committee finds that the recommendation is merit, the recommendation shall be brought to the floor of the Senate by the chair of the LJR committee during the LJR committee report. So since Jan does not, or AG Soto does not have the explicit power to declare a censure null and void, would that still have to happen?
Excuse me. That's a great question. I think, yeah, very good question that I am gonna try to spend some time thinking about. And yeah, I don't know. So I'm just gonna think out loud for a second. The committee voted that it does have merit, which would imply that it has to be brought to the floor. My understanding of Attorney General Soto's opinion is that the censure is not necessarily the censure, but by clarifying what is required to be in a censure, that the censure was not properly submitted because it didn't meet the qualifications for a censure. Yeah, I don't know. It's a sticky one. I'm going to do what's commonly referred to as a cop-out and let Emma answer this question because I don't know, and it's her body, or her Senate body, to be clear.
That was kind of just sprung up on me, and I don't have the answer right away, Dlag Wandren, so I know we have some fiscal committee caucus time. I'll think about it then, and then we'll discuss it. Attorney General Soto.
Time to prove objectivity. LJR committee found that it has merit. If LJR found that it has merit, it will be brought to the Senate floor. I found that it, as Brody stated, wasn't submitted properly, needs to be resubmitted again. I would advise, I'll leave it at that, that if it were to be brought for some reason, that it be postponed so that I guess Brody or myself could provide more clarification.
Chair Ray, I have a question for you. Did you post the memo stating that the censure was going to be heard at this meeting?
I did before, but I striked it after the opinion came out.
Okay, that doesn't help my decision. Okay. Last question, Senator Moll.
Yeah. So just to return to Chair Hall's point before, under Article 2, Section 205, Duties and Powers of the Student Body Senate, under subsection A, it says, in accordance with the Senate rules and student body statutes, the Student Body Senate shall, A, promote and uphold all University of Central Florida standards and procedures outlined in the Golden Rule Handbook. Does ruling on a censure that violates the Golden Rule Handbook not fall under promoting and upholding the Golden Rule Handbook?
No, it doesn't. Promoting and upholding is different than deciding in violation of the Golden Rule. The same way that the UCF Creed and Lead Scholars and a number of other organizations teach and value and promote the Creed, they cannot themselves find in violation an individual from the Golden Rule or the Creed. That is strictly reserved to student conduct. So promoting, meaning please do follow the rules. Upholding, if you do not follow the rules, you will be asked to leave. And saying you have been found in violation of the Golden Rule are three different statements, and only the two former statements are the ones that the Senate is asked to do.
Question or information? Chair Urea.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what he's saying is that so it can be promoted and upheld. It can say that, but there has to be a specific Senate rule or statute stated in the affidavit. And in this case, there wasn't one. So I'm pretty sure that's what makes it null and void. So to answer your question.
Is that a question? Yeah. Okay, last question, then we are moving on.
So in your office, we discussed the difference between a censure and an impeachment. Yes. So a censure is not a punishment. Yes. So a censure is acknowledging that somebody did something that was not okay. Is that? But it's not a punishment. So I'm having trouble understanding how that is not upholding, because he wouldn't be punished. It's just that we would be saying it is not okay to make transphobic comments. Could you elaborate on?
I appreciate Senate's time. I am sorry if my answers were too long. I'd like to start off with that. Censure, a notification of censure is not in itself a reprimand. It can lead to reprimand. Now, last summer, the Florida legislature passed House Bill 233. House Bill 233 is a bill that allows individuals who are disciplined in any way, either by being removed or found to be in violation of anything, to be able to appeal that decision to the Vice President of Student Development and Enrollment Services, currently being the interim director, Dr. Frame. According to that change, that seems to suggest that disciplinary actions are also included in that realm of what student government can do in terms of its enforcement actions against an individual's actions. And that's why while it doesn't directly lead to action, to some reprimand, that doesn't mean that it won't be included in the same field. I can elaborate further elsewhere. Please feel free to email me or contact me.
Thank you, Attorney General Soto. Announcements from the Chief Justice. Chief Justice Gamara.
Hello, everyone. A few announcements from me. The Judicial Council had our last meeting yesterday, so we are now out of session as finals are approaching and seats are expiring, where there will only be about 2 justices sitting on the council for just a little bit. Incoming parking, citation appeals, and any other hearing matters will be heard by the next Judicial Council. Applications for the council are now live on Night Connect. Those applications will close on May 26th at 5 p.m. If anyone has any questions about that or what the council does, I would be happy to answer them. And then our last outreach event, Jewelry with the Justices, is tomorrow afternoon in the SG office from 12 to 3.
Are there any questions for the Chief Justice? Seeing none, thank you, Chief Justice Gamara. Senator Moll,
Move to go to miscellaneous business.
on what basis? So I'm going to get 3 reports first, and then I'll see a motion for that. Announcements from the Supervisor of Elections, none. Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair, none. Announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair, none. Announcements from the Senate President. Good evening, everyone. To those who weren't here on Monday, my name's Emma. I'm the new Senate President. Applications for the internal legislative assistant and external legislative assistant will open on Monday, April 25th at noon. Essentially, just email me your resume and your goal sheet. Applications are due Sunday, May 15th at 11:59 p.m. Interviews will then be held May 16th through the 18th. Just to provide you all with some notice that I will be absent for the Senate meetings on May 19th and July 14th. So those will be chaired by Pro Tempore Cerisi. And lastly, the following senators have accumulated more than 2 unexcused absences, and that is not spelled grammatically correct. Okay. And have been dismissed from the Student Body Senate. Senator Matthew Verver, I'm sorry if I incorrectly said your name. Are there any questions for me? Seeing none. ILA report, none. ELA report, none. Senate President Pro Tempore report, Pro Tempore Cerisi.
Hello, everyone. My schedule for tomorrow is 12 to 5 p.m. I will be on Zoom only as I will not be on campus. I would be happy to have a one-on-one with you if you guys need advice or anything. And I have a link below where you can schedule those one-on-ones with me. I will begin conducting trainings for my 2 newly confirmed deputies next week, starting with position training, office goal setting, and an MBTI workshop. Due to the end of the spring semester being today, I would greatly appreciate your feedback on my performance and if there's anything I can improve upon for the coming session. So I do have an anonymous pro temp's office feedback form. Feel free to give me advice on what I've done right, what I've done wrong, and if there's anything you would like to see from the office in the coming session. Sergeant Arms appointment. So I discussed my appointment for Sergeant Arms with Speaker Custis, and she agreed with my decision to appoint Chair Hall to the position of Sergeant at Arms. So congratulations. I felt that after the performance that Chair Hall had in acting in a very unbiased capacity in chairing the meeting this past Monday and really trying to hold everything together, and I thought that that was the best choice for the Senate body. 3 senators received notices of noncompliance for not completing their financial training and have until Monday, April 25th to complete it or face penal action. So please try to get that completed by that time. Also, if you did not get Oreos earlier, I still have them. Feel free to come up to me after Senate to get Oreos, and that's all.
Any questions for the Senate President Pro Tempore? Seeing none, thank you, Sam. Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs Report, Dlag Wanjin.
Hey everyone, neither I or Pro Temp Cerisi received any legislation this week, so there's nothing on first reading. Here's my Dlag feedback form. It's in the minutes below this specific paragraph. It's completely anonymous, and I'd really appreciate it if you'd fill this out. None of the questions are required, and you can write as much or as little as you want. And then here's my Calendly link if you'd like to schedule a meeting with me tomorrow. Thank you.
Any questions for Dlag Wanjin? Seeing none, thank you, Katrina. Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations Report, Deezer Foster.
Yeah, good evening, Senate. I've emailed the director of Knights of the Round Table for the most updated list of RSOs. I've received over 15 emails from you guys. So if you send me an email, I've received it. I might have not replied yet, but I definitely got it. You'll be getting your requested RSOs. These RSOs will be assigned on a first come, first served basis. If you have any questions regarding RSOs, or if there's anything you want to see from me as DSER in general, please don't hesitate to let me know. Thank you.
Any questions for Deezer Foster? Senator Taché?
Can you send us that list of the RSOs?
I can, but I would prefer to get the updated list from Knights of the Round Table first, just to make sure everything's okay.
Is there a motion for a non-committee member to speak? Brody?
Nick, I'm pretty sure I sent it to you, so if you don't, take a look at it. I think I sent you a Google Sheet. If you don't have it, let me know and I'll send it again. But I've got the updated list from him.
Any other questions for the DSER? Seeing none, thank you, Nick. Caucus reports, Asian Pacific Islander American Caucus report, Chair Patel. The vice chair of the committee, or of the caucus. Temple.
Yeah, so the API caucus does not have a vice chair, and it seems that the chair has stepped out. May I give the report on his behalf?
You may.
All right, so hi guys, I'm not AJ, but APAC will be hosting its the Hidden Lotus Awards, which is the final event for its APAM events. Actually, I will yield to Chair Patel upon his return to his chair.
Yes, Chair Patel, we are on your caucus report.
My apologies. First of all, I'm going to start off. We do not have a vice chair yet, so if anyone's interested for running, our next meeting will be the first week of summer. Our date is still to be yet decided, but if you're interested, reach out to me. And then APAC will be holding a Hidden Lotus Awards event tomorrow from 6 to 9 p.m. in the Pegasus Ballroom. If you're interested, you're more than welcome to attend. Thanks.
Any questions for Chair Patel? Seeing none, thank you, and thank you, Ethan, as well. Black Caucus report, Chair Holmes.
Hi, everyone. Black Caucus had a very progressive meeting yesterday. First, I want to say congrats to our new Vice Chair, Castellan. And we had a meeting with the director of the Student Union, Rick Falco. He was a very, very informative, open-minded, and very communicative with our caucus regarding our natural hair initiative. The student was able to spearhead during informal to ask questions, inform him. And I just wanted to put that he was very very surprised when he heard that a hairstyle can take up to 8 hours to be done. And then we're going to do a student survey about the different products that they would like to see on campus, because currently the only thing available to individuals with natural hair is a relaxer. And we will be seeing Resolution 5401 introduced by Senator Moll once the summer semester starts. Thank you so much for bringing this to us. We weren't able to see it in our last meeting because we went really, really far into our meeting and CRT needed the room, but we definitely will get to it, and we'll let you know if we're going to sponsor it. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Any questions for Chair Holmes? Seeing none. Disability Caucus report, none. Hispanic Latinx Caucus report, Chair Salcedo.
Hello, everyone. First, I would like to congratulate our new Vice Chair Becerra. And also, I linked a Google form. I'm aware there's a lot of senators in here that are Hispanic that are not part of the caucus. Totally fine. I still want your input. Different ideas about Hispanic Heritage Month, especially because that's immediately after the fall semester begins. So we want to get those plans going as soon as possible over the summer. Please fill that out before May 15th, which is when our next caucus meeting is. Thank you, everyone.
Any questions for Chair Salcedo? Seeing none. LGBTQ plus caucus report, Chair Yalamanchili.
Thank you. Good evening, friends. And we had the LGBTQ caucus had its meeting at around 12:25 on Wednesday, and we elected a new vice chair. Congratulations to Vice Chair Martinez, and we're looking for suitable timings to conduct meetings for the summer semester. And I encourage all people in the Senate interested in helping the queer community and queer senators to join. That's it. Thank you.
Any questions for Chair Yalamanchili? Martinez.
May I make an extra announcement? Like, do I have permission to do that?
For what?
Well, I'll get to it. I also want to do kind of what the Hispanic Caucus did, and I want input. I really do value anyone's input. So whether you're part of the community or not, I would like your input. So reach out to me. I will make a Google form like this or over the summer, and I'll make it public to not just senators, but for everybody. And if I can't, I'll figure out a way to do it. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Martinez. Any questions for Chair Yalamanchili or Vice Chair Martinez? Chair Holmes.
So I had a student come to me and talking about how they wanted to start a queer of color RSO, and I did refer them to OSI as well, but I was wondering if you'd be willing to have a meeting, possibly like a joint meeting with Black Caucus and the student, so we could discuss like options for promotion and everything like that.
Yes, I would be more than willing to look into that and help that student in any way that I can, and see what the LGBTQ caucus can do to help them out in starting their RSO.
Any other questions to the leadership of the LGBTQ plus caucus? Was this in response to your question? Go ahead.
Sorry again. When you say like of color, is it just for Black queer people, or is it for like other queer people of color?
It's for other queer people of color, so not just Black people. So Hispanic Latinx, if you want to hop on that as well, but yes.
Vice Chair Temple.
All right. I'm just gonna say, although I'm not a part of the community, I would just like to be I'd be more than happy to attend this conference as well.
All right. Women's Caucus report, Chair Sabula.
Hi, everyone. Is it? Okay, hello. First of all, congrats to Vice Chair Harrell. She was just elected on Tuesday, and we had a very engaging meeting, and I'm really, really happy to have gotten so much discussion during my first meeting as a chair. So thank you to my caucus members for such a wonderful meeting. And it's not confirmed yet, but I'm considering having virtual only meetings during the summer. And when we have that figured out and we have times figured out, I will tell Senate-wide for anyone who is interested in joining Women's Caucus that maybe we'll be able to over the summer. And I'm going to copy Chair Saucedo and Vice Chair Martinez on their Google form. So sorry, guys.
Any questions for Chair Sabula? Seeing none, thank you all to all the caucus chairs. Is there a motion to go to miscellaneous business to see the reinstatement of Mr. Ververt? Any objections? Seeing none, we are there. Mr. Ververt, if you can step up to the podium. Is there a motion for 5-minute speeches, unlimited questioning, unlimited debate? All right, Mr. Ververt, you will have 5 minutes to present your rationale to the Student Body Senate on why you feel you should be reinstated.
Hello. Okay. So on the first meeting that I missed, I was completing a final report for a project in which I was not responsible for that report, and I had to assist my teammates at the last minute, so I was unable to attend. And then for the special Senate meeting on Monday, 14, I was unable to attend because I was in South Florida and I had my ticket booked for Wednesday, so I was unable to make the meeting because of the transit.
We're now in line for questioning. Vice Chair Martinez?
Did you fill out the absence request forms within 10 days of both meetings?
Yes, I did.
Is there any other questions? Senator Galloway?
Present and voting.
So noted at 8:03 p.m. Deeser Foster?
Were you able to attend your committee and caucus meetings during these times that you missed the Senate meetings?
Yes, I was.
Vice Chair Temple?
May I retain?
You may.
So how will you ensure that you'll be able to attend future Senate meetings and any other meetings that would require your attendance?
So this was a special, since it was a special meeting, it was unforeseen that I would be missing it. So I would just make sure that something like that wouldn't happen again, that throughout the week, I will make sure I'm in Orlando and able to attend any meeting.
Senator Richard, do you have a question? Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Tache, Foster, then Mole.
I
and
just
Martinez.
wanted to note that in LJR this week, we made sure to have lenience for people because it was a special session and approved every single absence request because it was pretty unforeseen and it was Easter weekend, so a lot of people were home. But yeah, I'll be voting to reinstate him.
Foster.
I will also be voting to reinstate him. We had a Black Caucus meeting and he showed up virtually. He was driving and he still showed up. So, I think he should definitely be reinstated. I'll be voting in favor.
Mole.
Yeah, Senator Moroto was actually also in South Florida and unable to make the Monday special session. And one of the things that one of the senators pointed out was just that, it was Easter on Sunday. Actually, it was a pro tempore. Easter was on Sunday, and so that might be why Mauricio was driving back. Obviously, it's the same scenario with Matthew, and so it just seems consistent to if Mauricio was approved. Sorry, Senator Moroto was approved to approve Senator Ververt as well.
Martinez.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, at the end of the day, that meeting on Monday was unforeseen and was made without any consideration for anyone's schedules. There was no when to meet. There was no anything. So I really don't think that because we all have other things to do. We're students. Some of us have jobs. Some of us have family to see. And I think those are all valid reasons to not be able to make it to an emergency meeting. And I understand that while we are serving the student body, we are also human beings and things happen. And I will also add that the only reason that they did not get seen, that those absence requests did not get seen by LJR was because he had only filled them out Wednesday night, which is still within the 10-day period, but they just couldn't get seen by LJR. So I will be voting to reinstate Senator Ververt.
Are there any dissenting opinions? I'll take a motion Temple.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the reinstatement of Mr. Ververt. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. You may vote either yes, no, or abstain. No talking during voting procedures. With a vote count of 45-0, Mr. Ververt, you are reinstated to the Student Body Senate for the College of Engineering and Computer Science, seat 9. Spalding.
Move to go back to unfinished business. I think that's where we left off.
There's been a motion to go back to unfinished business. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are there. Unfinished business, none. Fiscal Committee caucus time, 25 minutes for CRT and ORS to caucus. CRT will be in here. ORS will be in the conference room within the Student Government Office. We will reconvene at, if I can count, 8:32.
And let's move quickly and quietly. Go.
If you are not in CRT, please be quiet. Thank you. We're going to wait for Becerra to get back, and then we'll be starting immediately once he gets back. No, just we don't have time. Everyone, please use your mics as we are still on the live stream. You have to use your mics to can't pick you up. I'm about to start. I hereby call this meeting to order at 8:09 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Vice Chair Robin.
Borges.
Here.
Robbins, that's me. Here. Becerra. Kira.
Here. Okay, wait.
Gal.
Present.
Sorry. Harrell.
Present.
Lerdo.
Here.
Yen. I know, I see. Absent. Okay, Martin.
Present.
Patel.
Here.
Potier. Okay, absent. Okay. Richard.
Here.
Roll. RS rep vacant. Pro temp rep. With 11 out of 13, quorum is verified.
Thank you, Vice Chair Robbins. Everyone, please look over, last meeting's minutes. I'll take a motion. Oh, yeah, Vice Chair, but not Vice Chair. Senator Becerra.
Present and voting.
So noted at 8:11 p.m. Senator Gill.
Senator Potier is actually an ORS, so she's in that committee right now, which is why she won't be in CRT.
Yes, thank you. I did speak to her. We would make sure to excuse it. Thank you. Okay, I'll take a motion. Oh, Senator Nguyen?
Yeah, Representative Foley.
So noted at 8:11 p.m. I'll take a motion. Sir Frost.
Move to approve the minutes.
There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Any objections? Take that as general consent. They stand approved. Please look over at today's agenda. I'll take a motion. Senator Gill.
Move to approve today's agenda.
There's been a motion to approve today's agenda. Any objections? Seeing none, I'll take that as general consent. Now from the chair. Hey guys, great work yesterday. We have 3 more to see, so we got this. Announcement from the vice chair. None. Announcement from committee members. Any committee members wishing to say anything? Nope. Announcement from non-committee members. Awesome. Cool. Old business. Allocations. There are motion for speeches, questioning, and debate. Senator Gill.
Move for 2-minute speeches, unlimited questioning, and unlimited debate.
There's been a motion for 2-minute speeches, limited questioning, and limited debate. Any objections? Okay, seeing none. I actually will be representing all 3 of these. They asked me as chair, Vice Chair Robbins.
Do you want me to copy paste whatever you're going to say in here since you already have it typed up from them? Or do you want me to type it out like live?
I'll copy and paste it so you don't have to. Let's work for you. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I'll be using the same speech for all 3, but I'll just go. Okay, so the SA National Aero Design Competition is an international competition in which the student was tasked with building an aircraft with their team as part of a senior design project. This team of students will represent UCF against many other collegiate teams, including teams from India and Europe. This team was selected over 5 other UCF teams doing the same project, and I've worked very hard to get to this point. We're now in line for questioning. Any questions? Senator Gill.
What questions did you ask this individual?
Yep, I asked them to confirm everything on the tracker was correct, asking if they were international, asking if they were a graduate student, asking if they had financial training, asking about their travel dates, asking about their prices, asking about if they were a student, because I know we had concerns about that with the other people in the same group. I spoke with all 3 of them. They all gave me the same answers. Everything was perfect. They knew about the post-funding process. They knew when I asked follow-ups, which was actually really great. They seemed very excited. So yeah, do you have a follow-up? Do you have a motion? Questions? You may.
Seeing you asked all the appropriate questions, move to debate.
Is there a motion to go to debate? Any objections? We're not there. Any debate? Senator Becerra.
Fully supportive of this. This will definitely benefit them in the future and benefit UCF as well. And with that, I move to vote.
Okay. There's been a motion to vote on allocation 54021. Any objections? Seeing none, we're in non-voting procedures. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? With the vote count of 13-0, this passes. Okay, allocation 54022, Seth Dragowitz. So I'm going to quite literally just say the same speech. The SA National Air Design Competition is an international competition in which the student was tasked with building an aircraft with their team as part of a senior design project. This team of students will represent UCF against many other collegiate teams, including teams from India and Europe. This team was selected over 5 other UCF teams doing the same project, and I've worked very hard to get to this point. We're not questioning. Any questions? Senator Gill.
Did you ask the same questions you asked the others?
I did. Senator. Okay. Any other questions? Senator Gill.
Move to go to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Is that an objection? Any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Senator Skura.
We just passed the one before this, the same thing, and I think it's pretty cool, and we should let them have this chance to go there and do their part. So with that, I move to vote.
I will not see that. Senator Martin. You would like to retain?
I agree with everyone else. We voted for the last one, so we should vote for this one. Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we are non-voting procedures. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? The vote count of 13-0, this passes. Allocation 54025 for Han Nassar. I probably mispronounced his name. I feel really bad. I have to read the same speech now. Okay, the SA National Air Design Competition is an international competition in which the student was tasked with building an aircraft with their team as part of a senior design project. This team of students represent UCF amongst many other collegiate teams, including teams from India and Europe. This team was selected over 5 of the UCF teams doing the same project and have worked very hard to this point. We're not questioning. Senator Gill.
Did you ask the same questions?
Indeed, I did. Any other questions? You may.
Move to vote. That motion, move to go to debate.
Motion to go to debate. Any objections to that objection? We are now there. Senator Richard.
It's like deja vu, but this is a great opportunity and he needs to go with his team, so we should vote in favor.
Any dissenting opinions? You may debate, yeah.
May I retain? Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're non-voting procedures. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? With a vote count of 13-0-0, this passes. Woo. Okay, awesome. New business, none. Member discussion. Any members wishing to discuss anything? Senator Gill.
Tyler Borges, you're rocking this, and you made this committee really great. So thank you for that.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Senator Gill. Any other members wishing to discuss anything? Senator Becerra.
Yeah, I'm hopping on with Daisy on this one. Senator Borges, Chair Borges, you're killing it, and we sped run this pretty fast, so that's pretty good.
Senator Podia, you are excused. You don't have to do president voting if you don't want to. We're almost done. Awesome. Of course. And Senator Kura.
I would like to say good job to you for handling this really well, and also just to the whole chair for how many allocations we did. Was it yesterday? I think it was. Yeah. Good job, everyone.
We're going so fast. I'm trying to help out. It's Vice Chair Robbins. We did a lot. I'm sorry. Any other member discussion? Senator Patel.
We did 3 allocations in 10 minutes. It's impressive. Good job.
Senator Gill.
Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
We weren't in miscellaneous business, so we're in miscellaneous business. You can make.
Okay. Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Any objections? Seeing none, Vice Chair Robbins.
Okay, Borges.
Here.
I don't want to turn it off every time, just yell. Okay, Robbins, that's me. Here, Becerra. Kira.
Here.
Gell.
Present.
Hurel.
Present.
Lerdo.
Here.
Martin.
Present.
Nguyen. Patel.
Here.
Potier. Absent. Richard.
Present.
Okay. Roll.
Here.
ORS rep vacant. Pro temp rep.
Here.
Okay, with 12 out of 13, quorum is verified.
Thank you, Vice Chair Robbins. I hereby adjourn this meeting at 8:19 p.m.
Hey, see your team nostalgia.
I was going to allow you to, but I was like, we don't. I don't want to have.
It was a joke. It was actually. I was not gonna bring to the table. I'm gonna sit up and start.
Half an hour? No, there's another 10 minutes. What am I doing after this? What am I doing after this? Everyday marketing. Okay. Oh, yeah. I'm slow again. Yeah.
Don't read it. It's funny. This election's in a 4 minutes. It really isn't. Forgot a little bit. But we see all the time. I can do virtual, yeah, I'm gonna do virtual. Screw you. So I just. Yeah.
Yeah, Chair Temple. Yeah, Chair Temple once again. This time I'm yeah, congratulations. If I would
Can someone go ahead and get everyone outside? We're going to start in 1 minute. That's always louder than I think it's going to be. Okay. I hereby reconvene this meeting at 8:32 p.m. Fiscal Committee report, CRT Committee Chair Borges.
Okay, so Sorry, my report is a page long. I apologize. And there's more to this too. It'll be a long report. So to preface, we are going to be voting to overturn our spending policy today. Yay. Suspend it, technically, not overturn it. So essentially, we have some allocations, allocation 54038, 54039, and 54040 we approved in committee that need funding. And like their travel date is next fiscal year, but they need funding now in this fiscal year. And according to our Title A, Appendix A, the funding comes from the end travel date, which would be the next fiscal year. So if we can overturn our spending policy, they can get funding, which would be great. And the accountants are fine with this. So yeah, do I have to, how do I move? How do I, can you give me 1 second? I'm sorry.
So in the meantime, we'll go ahead and do the FAO report, and then we'll come back to that motion. FAO report, Chair Millington.
Okay, hey guys. So happy Thursday. We don't have any new updates since our meeting on Monday. That being said, funding forms are planning to be opened on May 13th, which is the Friday before May 16th, the week that we'll begin Senate again. So that's something to keep in mind. Super exciting. We will be seeing our spending policy going through on third reading tonight. So that's something else to keep an eye out for. And other than that, good luck on finals. I know these weeks can be super stressful. So just take a moment, relax, and everyone will do great.
Any questions for Chair Millington? Seeing none, thank you, Leslie. CRT Chair Borges.
Sorry, guys, found it. Okay, move to suspend Appendix A, Chapter 811.4.
There's been a motion to suspend Appendix A 811.4 of what policy?
Appendix A.
For what policy?
Spending policy.
Spending policy?
Yeah.
Okay, just want to clarify so everyone knows what they're voting on. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting. Objection? No, just there. Do you withdraw your motion?
Sure.
Vice Chair Martinez?
I'm sorry. I'm just going to make this quick. Is this a permanent overturning or is this just a temporary one, like just for this case in particular?
This is temporary and it should not set precedent. Move to overturn Title 8, Appendix A, Spending Policy, CRT Spending Policy, Chapter 811.4.
There's been a motion to suspend Title A 811.4 of CRT Spending Policy. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. You may vote either yes to overturn it, no to not overturn it, or abstain. No talking during voting procedures. With a vote count of 44-1, that section of spending policy is overturned. Chair Borges, was that the entirety of your report, or do you have more?
I have a lot more.
Go ahead.
I apologize, guys. I have to do this. Statutorily, I have to read them in the minutes. Yeah, we overturned it for the first time. Let's not do that again, hopefully. Okay, so in committee allocations, we approved allocations 54003, 006, 008, 011, 012, 013, 014, 015, 016, 017, 018, 019, 020, 023, 024, 026, 027, 028, 029, 030, 031, 032, 033, 035, and 037, 038, 039, 040. We postponed allocations 54, 021, 022, 025, 034, 036. We PPI 5401. And in caucus allocations, we approved. Oh, someone is changing my numbers. We approved 54022. That's for. Why people? 021, 022, and 024. I believe. Yes. Sorry. Like the numbers, someone was changing my numbers and it caught me off guard. So I want to thank my committee for getting through the 2.5-hour long meeting we had and our 15-page agenda. The funding request for CRT funding has closed, but should reopen May 13th. And with that, I yield to my vice chair.
Now for the fun part. Okay, so thank you so much for the patience with our report. Great job, Chair Borges. This week we had cookies all the way from the Brits. While the original plan was to have CBD infused snacks because of the date 4/20, this was inherently shot down by our administration. This is a joke, LOL, sad, I know. Anywho, we went ahead and had an hour and a half. We went ahead and had an hour and a half of time to munch on our British confections. Senator Harrell stated in the middle of an RSO speech, cough, cough, wheeze, these are so dry. Further remarks from Senator Patel included, these remind me of my oppression. Finally, Senator Martin decided to be the outlier with, these are delicious. What are you guys talking about? That's all for today's Scarlet Sweets episode. Thank you.
Any questions for CRT leadership? All right, seeing none, can we remove or at least move the suspension vote so that it's not in the middle of all those allocations? And I also will ask that if there are any changes to a report, that it is only approved if it was made by the chair or vice chair until the chair actually reads it. All right, ORS Committee Chair Ethan Temple, who was just elected. Congratulations.
Thank you. So, good evening, everyone. As Speaker Custis just stated, I was recently elected to be chair of ORS. I am very excited to see where the committee goes from here. So, go into business. Speaking of which, the committee saw 14 post-funding reviews. We voted to not sanction 7 of them and postpone the other 7. We saw 4 verification of purchase forms, wherein we only approved 2 and postponed the other 2. And we had approved 1 post-funding form. If you guys have any questions regarding the post-funding process about ORS, and if you want to join the committee, feel free to reach out to me, please. And of course, as Chair Millington had said, good luck with finals. We are all going to need it.
Any questions for Chair Temple? Seeing none, thank you, Ethan, and congratulations once again. Fiscal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading, none. Notice of legislation on third reading, none. Notice of legislation on second reading, none. Internal committee caucus time, 45 minutes for SBA. We will reconvene at 9:24 p.m.
Once again, quickly and quietly, please.
Let's do it quietly and quickly because SBA does have a lot of things to see. Thank you.
Hello, guys. Thank you. For the sake of time, we will be using the same agenda as this morning. I will fix it and make sure to you didn't send it to the right person. I haven't gotten anything. Please talk to Brody. Thank you. Whatever you prefer. Can everyone please pull today's agenda? Please let me know if you're having any issues. Don't worry. I just need to get through this as quickly as possible. Can I don't know if I can do that, but we have to.
Just asking if we're just resuming like from where we left off. Oh, yeah.
I call this meeting to order at 8:42 p.m.
Can I do an informal? Let's kind of do this about everything.
You're asking if you just have informal, like be informal the whole time?
Yeah, not the whole time because I still do voting procedures, but because of the attendance and time and.
Yeah, you can be informal for as much as you want to, just not for any decisions, no votes or anything.
Okay. So when we go into voting, which is our proper rules. Also,
Yeah, I would just say informal and just do it.
Okay.
So, yeah, I know who's going to meeting today on our. It's a different meeting. You're in a totally different committee meeting. So yes, you need to do roll call. Yes. You're in a different meeting. You should have a different agenda. You should have a different. You're in a totally different.
Okay, no, I agree with you on it. Okay, I'm finished.
If you go into the committee, you will find the new agenda under the files. It says 0421 SBA Caucus agenda. We will amend it as we go. I call this meeting to order at, I already called it, but 8:43 p.m. Roll call verification of quorum. You can do it. Yeah.
Chair Salerno. Present. Okay, wait, I don't have editing access to this agenda. Sorry.
Right. Senator Anderson.
Present.
Senator Beaumont.
Here.
Senator Sabula.
Here.
Senator Cox.
Here.
Senator Gomez. Senator Moreto. Senator Mole.
Here.
Senator Pena. Senator Tashe.
Here.
Senator Revert. Pro Temp.
Here.
We have quorum. I don't know. Do I have to? That's fine. Can I take a motion for approval of the minutes? Can I take an approval for the agenda? We need to take a look at it because we might not have to amend it. So I'm reading on behalf of them. Yeah. Look, Senator Roll. There's been a motion to approve this meeting's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I will see this as approved by general consent. The following is a statement from a student. This email is in response to the referred proclamation that is scheduled to be heard by the Senate Committee on April 21st, 2022. Okay. The main purpose of this email is to express my discontent, disappointment, and disapproval of this proclamation. The purpose of the student government at the University of Central Florida is to represent the student body and to advocate for positive change among all students and faculty. Not only can this proclamation be damaging to members of the student body, it is irrelevant and out of the scope of the services of student government. This proclamation is in direct violation of UCF values and the Constitution of the United States. As a public university who receives federal funding, it is critical the U.S. Constitution be observed. Outlined in the Constitution within Amendment 1 is the separation of church and state, whereas UCF allows for the practice of freedom of religion in line with Amendment 1 of the U.S. Constitution. With practice of religion may not place an undue burden or influence operations of government affairs and proceedings. With quote unquote 40 Days of Life being a religious organization, recognition and adoption of this proclamation would undermine UCF values, making student government and the university in direct violation with Amendment 1 of the U.S. Constitution. Within the proclamation itself, I have some immediate concerns that I wish to be addressed, regardless of the proclamation proceeds to the next phase in SG Senate approval. There are several arguments I wish to make regarding the occurrence of abortion. The beginning of life at conception. If life is considered to begin at conception, why are those with wombs the target of such hatred and animosity. If anything, fertility clinics should be targeted instead. Oftentimes, during the fertility process, those seeking fertility and treatments, such as in vitro fertilization treatments, will undergo procedures to retrieve egg and sperm cells, which are then given optimal conditions to conceive outside of someone's womb. Excess fertilized embryos are often created to ensure whoever is undergoing treatment for the purposes of getting pregnant can become pregnant. Any embryos that are unused are discarded. This proclamation fails to recognize the legitimate obstetric medicine in favor of religious statistics with no scientific literature to back up findings. The underburden of those with wombs, as it is refined by the U.S. Supreme Court case Roe v. Wade, it is the right of any woman to access abortion safely and without hindrance from government. With restrictive laws already in place within the United States and Florida legislature, women have historically been penalized for having life-saving abortions. Oftentimes, the argument on abortion is made by those who have never experienced it personally or those lacking the anatomy to become pregnant in the first place, where emphasis is placed over the supposed human lives that have been lost. Those with wombs who become pregnant are the ones stuck not only with the decision of having an abortion, but with keeping a potential child, a child which could be neglected, unhealthy, and uncared for. It then becomes the responsibility of the pregnant person if abortion is not an option to care for that child. Without their consideration, they may lack the mental, physical, or financial needs to properly care for another person outside of themselves. The decision to have an abortion is not something that is taken lightly or is simple by any means. Those who seek to have an abortion to terminate a pregnancy are hindered by targeted restrictions on abortion provider laws and have to encounter many challenges and others to go through with the procedure. Even without federal regulation or protection, those who are pregnant and wish to follow through with termination will often seek to end a pregnancy by any means, whether or not it is safe or legal. This is similar to the argument on why recreational marijuana should be legalized. There's more. Okay, I will attach this. This was sent to me by a student. There's Senator Moll.
Move to limit open forum time to 3 minutes.
Any objections? Senator Anderson. Wait, sorry. Is there a motion to vote for limiting speeches to 3 minutes?
Yeah, if nobody objected.
Okay. Dear Senate, first I would like to thank Senate. When I saw this was on the agenda and that Chair Holmes was writing this proclamation, I felt very touched. As a minority, we often are recognized for the holidays we celebrate. Ramadan is a holy month in Islam. Often when speaking about Ramadan, you hear about the fasting that we do. However, Ramadan is so much more than that. To me, Ramadan is a way to grow closer to my religion and to my community. For 30 days, my mosque served iftar, the food we break our fast with. We have nightly sports activities. To name a few, we have cricket on Sunday nights, volleyball on Fridays, and darts on Saturday. It is also a time to grow closer to God, Allah. We spend the last 10 nights in worship, reciting different supplication and praying to God, asking for forgiveness. We end the month with a celebration, looking back at everything we accomplished and hoping that we can continue on the good habits we picked up and leave the bad happens in the past. The celebration is called Eid ul-Fitr. Best regards, Sophia. And this is from the chair. Okay. Be respectful and engage in the conversations. Anyone that disrespects any other person in this room will be asked to leave. I have attached an SBA cheat sheet. If you do not know what kinds of questions to ask, there are some that can be of help. Just a reminder, please fill out the following one to meet as soon as possible, anytime today during Senate. Announcements from the vice chair? None. We don't have a vice chair. Announcements from committee members? None. Announcements from non-committee members? None. Oh, sorry. Okay. Announcements from non-committee members. Melissa Salcedo.
Hello, everyone. I know you have a lot to get through today, so I'll make this short. I just wanted to put my opposition on the record. I don't remember the name, but it's to the proclamation about the 40 days of life. Yeah, this is just my opposition to this proclamation. I don't believe it's in our students' best interest to put this out there as their student government, as their senators. I believe with all sincerity that we should be as open to accepting students that undergo this type of experience, abortions. Yeah, it's just a lot to go through. So I think it's in our best interest to not pass this, not put this out, and support our students as much as we can. Thank you.
Senator Ferguson.
Just like to point out that I wrote a response to Hannah Fish, and I was wondering if I could add that to the open forum. Hannah Dale, sorry. Dale, my apologies.
This is something that we can use during discussion and debate. However, during open forum, it's not polite to debate, and I just don't want to cross those lines. But yeah. New business. Proclamation 5401, a proclamation recognizing May 1st, 2022 as International Workers' Day or May Day, introduced by Senator Moll. Senator Moll, sorry, do we have a motion?
Motion for 2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, and 2-minute debate.
Are there any objections? Senator Moll, you have the floor. Yeah, it's 255.
I withdraw. Motion for 2-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
Any objections? Perfect. Senator Moll, you have the floor.
So the history and intent of this bill are laid out in the proclamation, but I want to simply give a brief overview of the history of this holiday. In the late 1800s and early 1900s, a radical labor movement was building strength across the country. They fought hard and in some cases were arrested, brutalized, and murdered by private security guards hired by private corporations and police officers for demanding things that we take for granted today, such as a 5-day work week, an 8-hour work day, and an end to unsafe working conditions. In May of 1886, these workers went on strike and rallied in the streets to demand that their bosses limit the amount they have to work to 8 hours so that they could use the remaining 16 hours in the day so that they could have 8 hours for work, 8 hours for leisure, and 8 hours for sleep. While the protests began peacefully, tensions between the workers and the Chicago police would increase until violence broke out. Several police officers and workers were wounded or killed, with over 100 of those workers being arrested. Some of those people would also end up executed for involvement in the protest. Today, May 1st is celebrated as International Workers' Day, or May Day, not only as a commemoration to the people who lost their lives fighting for the rights of workers on that day, but in reverence to the whole labor movement who has continued to fight not just for an 8-hour workday, but for overtime pay, for an adequate minimum wage, for paid time off, etc. By passing this resolution, we would not only pay respect to the labor movement, which fought for these things which we take for granted, we not only pay respect to labor union organizers who are currently fighting to unionize companies like Amazon or Starbucks. We not only pay respect to all UCF students who are currently, have ever, or ever will be employed.
We have 22 minutes. It's okay if we just vote on this and like amend it on the floor. You said it was okay. So I don't think we should see any more amendments.
On some level, like, takes things kind of clear to this day, so like, it doesn't change our long run here.
Yeah, we just want to make sure that
We can vote on it, yeah.
Can I have a motion? Are there any objections? Okay, we are now voting procedures. I keep forgetting the word. Everyone in favor? Everyone against? Everyone abstaining? With a vote of 901, this proclamation has been approved. Senator Tashe.
Move to vote on this bill as a whole.
Technically, what he said was,
Okay, can I take a motion?
Move to vote on this bill.
Are there any objections? Everyone in favor? Everyone against? Senator Moroder, are you against? Okay. Anyone abstaining? Okay. Proclamation 5401 has passed. Yay. Okay. Yep. Proclamation 5402T.
Move for 2-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate.
Any objections? Yeah, it's for the new one. Yeah.
You can just leave it for all of them, but you can also just change it.
Sierra, you have the floor.
Oh, sorry. I was like, anyways. Okay, so I don't have really a speech prepared. The sponsor is supposed to come and speak with you all, but because of the her fasting and everything, she's a little bit, she can't really come and be present right now. But I don't really have a speech prepared, really. But I'll just, So essentially, I saw that there was a lack of proclamations regarding Ramadan and Eid al-Fitr. Is that how you say it? Al-Fitr. Okay, and I just wanted to do this proclamation, but I didn't want to do it by myself. I needed someone to guide me through it. And I'm not going to lie, Senator Gell gave me the idea after one of my last proclamations. And I was like, I'm going to speak to an RSO about this. So I sat down with that RSO for 2 hours and they were just telling me and educating me on the topic. And just literally everything that I type on this proclamation, literally verbatim from the RSO. And I guess I want to click on here. I did respond to the comments because I didn't want to use all my speech time for it. But if you have any questions, I would love for you to ask me questions about like the comments that y'all made so I can explain further into more detail because I got educated on the topic. So I feel pretty comfortable answering any questions that y'all have. So I yield my time. Oh yeah. Oh wait, sorry. Don't yield my time. And the main reason why we did do this proclamation before the religious accommodations initiative was made was so that they can show Muslim students can show their professors this proclamation to show that the Senate does back them up and that they should get the necessary accommodations for Eid al-Fitr. So that's it. Thank you.
We are now questioning any senators wishing to question Chair Holmes. Senator Tashe.
Move to go to debate.
Yeah, I know. I need one question, at least one question. Senator Morodo.
I don't really have any questions about the comments made. I was just going to ask one so we could fulfill the requirement.
Senator Cox.
Do you are there any of the comments that you disagree with?
Probably we don't fast on this day, so it doesn't make sense. So the reason why I put this was because it is encouraged to break your fast
when you wake up. So when you wake up, you take the date, and that's breaking your fast. So I just wanted to expand on that. So I know that they don't fast on that day, but Nor told me that when they wake up, that's when they break the fast. So that's what that comment is for. And then the other one, this is not always true. It also is a cultural thing to celebrate it for 3 days, not a religious one. I think we need to take it out. I was not aware that it was a cultural one. Nor just told me that it is celebrated over the course of 3 days, but Eid al-Fitr is recognized just for one of those days. So I didn't know that was cultural. We support Salerno. Can you let me know? I did change some of the therefore be it resolved. So let me know what you think on that. So yeah.
Salerno.
Consult both Sunni and Shia Muslims. Sunni and Shia Muslims when writing this resolution.
I tried to reach out to as many RSOs that I could, and I even walked to their tabling and discussed with them, but I didn't hear back from all of them, only 2.
Point of information, they are both, there are divisions within Islam. They both believe different things. It is important to, in my belief, and I will talk about this during debate, it is in my belief to make it as generic as possible so that it is as inclusive as possible. And also the comments were made by Sophia, who does practice Islam. So, Senator Holmes.
Emma said we have 15 minutes left. Just saying.
So I got you guys.
Motion to vote, please. Motion to debate. We're non-debate. Senator Wall. I'm going to say something in debate really quickly. Like I stated, it is very, very important that we are as generic as possible so that it is as inclusive as possible. There are times where it's very important to include a lot of information. However, this is not one of those times because they celebrate at different times, different days. Yeah, we can look at the amendments during the floor. Take a motion. We're not in voting procedures. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? Move to see Proclamation 5403. Can I take a motion for, or it's the same throughout? We're going to keep it the same throughout. Okay. Yep. Sarah, sorry, Senator Holmes, you have the floor.
Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna not repeat everything I said before, but also for some of the explanations for the pillars, I did include the pillars because I know it says that they're practiced throughout the whole year, but Noor did inform me that not all Muslims practice them like all together throughout the year, but because it's Ramadan, that they attempt, well, it's kind of like obligated, I guess, but that they practice the pillars, all of the pillars. So I know fasting is one that's emphasized, but they're all emphasized during Ramadan. And then distinction, I'm probably gonna have to visit that one on the floor. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. If you have any questions regarding any of the comments, just let me know, but yield my time.
You're not online for questioning. Senator Cox.
Are there any of the comments that you do not like?
So I know, now that I know who UCF student government is, I put commemorated because Nor and I did look at that. It was more of like a sacred thing. So instead of celebrating it, it is a more not like down, it's more of a down moment. So we used commemorated instead of celebrated because it's more of a serious thing. So that is why we put commemoration. Another thing is, I already got to that. sorry, just trying to look. The clause of deleting the April 2nd to May 2nd, I just want to keep that because this proclamation is for specifically this year. So I just wanted to keep that as well. But other than that, I agree with the all the rest of the comments. Maybe not the merge because it'd make it too long, like whereas clause too long. But yeah, that's it. Am I over? Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah.
Senator Cox.
Move to go to debate.
Any objections? All those in favor?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. Wait, I thought Senator Cox, sorry.
No.
Motion to vote. We are not voting. I'm sorry, it's been a long night.
Wait, I need to.
The reason why, I will be supporting this proclamation. I think it is incredible. Same thing as last one. I think it is best to keep it as unbrief as possible, English, as generic as possible. Yeah.
Move to vote.
We are now voting procedures. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining?
Move to proclamation 5404.
Just a reminder, we have 9 minutes now.
Okay, I will make this. It's okay. Hi, SBA. I do miss you guys. I've noticed how much I've missed you sitting in this meeting and wanting to ask questions. But essentially, I wrote this proclamation to recognize sexual assault and awareness on campus. This is the Prevention Month. We do have the 2018 campaign, Let's Be Clear. And I just think it's really important to recognize these students, honor these students, and let the student body know that we are actively trying to fight sexual assault and awareness and really promote that within student government. I yield the rest of my time to questioning.
We are not questioning. What organizations have you reached out to?
Yeah, so I was able to talk to the Women's Student Union and really get in contact with them. Honestly, I think that there's an organization called Copper Nights. I emailed them. There was no response. They're one of the organizations that help fight sexual assault and really promote that on campus. But unfortunately, there are no organizations that I talk to. However, I talk to many constituents. I talk to students within my college, within my classes. I'm an RA, so I talk to my residents as well. So I did reach out to the student body with this.
Senator Anderson.
Move to debate.
Senator Moore.
I yield my time to Chair Sabula.
Hi, everyone. I think this is a really important proclamation. When reading it, I was actually shocked that UCF had not recognized this before. And yeah, I just think it's really important to recognize what this happens. And it's in the proclamation itself, the massive amount of people that experience sexual assault, not just including women. So I think this is very important for UCF to recognize. And
I wanted to address also, I saw the questioning, can this be merged? I answered it. The only reason why I didn't merge it is because I didn't want to make any, I really wanted to distinguish and really recognize those groups specifically, not to minimize any assault. And so that's why I have it like that. But I am very open to changing. Yeah.
Can I take a motion to vote? Okay, so moved. We are now voting procedures. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? Yeah, 801.
Motion to move proclamation 5405.
Senator Ferguson, you have the floor.
2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes.
Okay. So basically, the reason that I put this proclamation, I feel like it's a very important issue for UCF to discuss. I noticed that I do have precedent for this. Resolution 5334 was passed last year, which gives explicit support to abortion. I feel like this is something that I really have to do for the students in my engine. I feel like it's highly important with regards to the merits of this. I'm not going to go too much into the arguments because there's not a lot of time, but basically what I intend to show is that unborn children are human. They have a unique DNA. They have arms, they have legs, they have eyes, they have a unique blood type. They're going to grow into a human being. You're never going to get a letter of complaint from that. We don't hear anything about them, but I think it's very clear that they're human and we should speak about them. We should speak and we should at least consider what the merits of this is.
1 minute.
Mm-hmm. So with that in mind, let's see, do I have anything else? I think the organization that I picked to represent, I think that it is a human rights issue over time. There are 1/4 of all pregnancies end in abortion, according to the World Health Organization. It's not something we should just whitewash. We should just not think about. It's something we should consider. And I think it's a good idea to hear. I know that a lot of people probably disagree with me on this, but I think it's a good thing that we should hear both sides of the issue and should hear a speech on behalf of those who can't speak for themselves. With that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Any senators wishing to question? Senator Morado.
Like near the start of your speech, you said I have to do this for conservative, and then you didn't finish. What were you going to say?
I was going to simply say that there's a lot of conservative students in engineering.
You don't have to answer that. Yeah, that question is not relevant to.
Oh, okay. Well, never.
Yes, Senator Report.
Do you believe this could promote hate speech for those who have gone through abortions?
I wouldn't say that this is. I'm not criticizing at all anybody who's had an abortion. I have the utmost sympathy for somebody who's had an abortion. I'm not criticizing anybody with this speech, but I also don't feel I'm speaking on behalf. If you think about it, there are two parts to the abortion. I mean, you can call it a fetus, you can call it a baby, whatever you want to call it. I think that I'm speaking on behalf of the second party, the party that people often don't think about. And I think this is definitely not hate speech. Like, it's, for one thing, this is freedom of speech, but also beyond that, it's something that should be discussed, because if I'm right, then there's a lot of innocent people who are losing their lives. If I'm not right, then I'd be happy to be shown where I'm not right. But I think this is a highly important issue.
Mm-hmm. Move to vote or move to debate.
Yeah. We are now in debate. Yeah.
3 minutes. So.
We are now in debate. Any senators wishing to speak in debate? Senator Cox.
Motion to postpone indefinitely. We don't have time for this. We have 3 minutes.
Senator Sabila.
I would like to make an objection. Can I speak on what I DM'd you about? Okay.
I object. We need to see this. If you really want to make a statement, it needs to go to the floor and let it die there. Should it die there? Like, we can't PPI it. It won't look good for student government.
Also, to add to that, we have had a whole lot of Twitter uproar recently about this proclamation, so it needs to go through.
I'm just going to address that. We do not need to do anything that we do not think that we should do. However, if we have voted on 4 previous proclamations, we should give the same right to Senator Ferguson. Senator Tashe.
May I retain? I don't like this bill. You should not vote for it. Move to vote.
There has been Senator Sabila.
I don't like this bill, but I think it should be put on the floor so we can make a bigger statement. So it should be seen on the floor.
Can I take a motion to vote?
Perfect. I just want to clarify for some of the new senators that may not be aware, regardless of the vote in committee, it does get seen on the floor. So regardless of what your vote is, okay.
All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? 090. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate your time. Thank you for your patience. Oh, yep. What?
Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
Yes. Same as initial. I adjourn this meeting at 9:23 p.m.
I just want to say, I think that was the longest caucus we've had in a long time, but also the most efficient caucus we've had in a long time.
I hereby reconvene this meeting at 9:24 p.m. Internal committee reports, ENA Committee Chair Gill.
Hi, I'm so sorry. My computer was not up. Hi, everyone. We saw no new business, but we'll be starting to see appointments when we come back after the 3-week break. We do have a few open seats if you're interested in joining. We do ENA, because I know a lot of people don't know what it is. We see SG appointments. Historically, ENA is the most fun. I think it's fun all the time during summer because we see Senate and all of cabinet appointments. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. It looks like the meetings for this summer are going to be in the evening. If you're a committee member, please fill out that one to meet form. And I'm open to hybrid. I know that some senators are looking for committees that are open to hybrid. So I will be open to that. We have 3 weeks off. Please get some rest. Good luck on finals and have a stress-free break. I go to therapy and my therapist gave me the distorted ways of thinking. I felt like I should attach this because I recognize a lot of my distortions in thinking. And if anyone's looking for that, please look through them because they're really helpful. Thank you.
Any questions for Chair Gell? Seeing none, thank you, Daisy. GAP Committee Report, Chair Hall.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. GAP met on Monday and fleshed out some of our goals in relation to government affairs and policy. I'm excited to see the work that myself and the rest of the committee will produce. Specifically, I want to shout out Senator Simcoe, who presented an idea related to a Day at the County event as a potential sort of trial run for Day at the Capitol 2023, as well as a way to more directly lobby for UCF interests since we are part of unincorporated Orange County and lobbying to Orange County is a lot more effective than the city of Orlando. I also linked the minutes from our meetings so senators can see the specific links in relation to both our legislative policy brief initiative and our master contact form initiative. We hope to work with relevant committees like SBA. I've spoken with Chair Salerno a little bit about hopefully future collaboration on these initiatives because at the end of the day, we don't want to be doing the exact same work and then it just becomes unnecessary. But this is actually a great potential collaborative way that we can combine the two with some of these things. Last quick thing, there was a special session that happened in Tallahassee. If there are any questions about anything, I would be happy to answer. And then obviously have a great break and good luck on your finals.
Any questions for Chair Hall? Seeing none, thank you, Dylan. Before we head into the LJR report, I wanted to provide an update on the status of the recommendation of censure and whether or not Senate would be seeing it tonight. Per Title IX of our student government bylaws, the enforcement and accountability statutes, Chapter 909.1E states that after the LJR meeting, the chair shall notify the party issued and post a memo in the SG office that the recommendation will be heard by the Senate at the next scheduled Senate meeting. A memorandum was not posted, therefore there was a procedural error and we will not be seeing the recommendation of censure tonight. With that, LJR Committee Report, Chair Urea.
Hey everyone, happy Thursday. I said this in special session, but just to reiterate, I only approve Senate meetings, not committee or caucus meetings. That goes through the chair. Also, please make sure that the date is correct on the Night Connect form for the meeting that you're missing, not the day that you're filing the request. I'd also like to mention that while I'm happy to review censures or whatever you would like in committee, on a human level, I would say that a censure should be your last resort, and I would recommend trying to talk to the person first and figure out if you can resolve the issue and then going from there. This week we saw 11 absence requests and approved all of them, and we saw 1 recommendation of censure. Sorry for all the back and forth on that. And we voted that the censure did have merit and to bring it to the Senate floor, though ultimately there was a procedural error, so that will be postponed until after the recess, and that's regardless of any outside factors. I could take questions on that if anyone's interested. I also linked this week's minutes just for transparency if you want to see. And also I hope in this session to amend the other legal mandates line because I could see how that is very not clear. And lastly, I wanted to talk about Title IX, the Code of Ethics, specifically the line that says, no student government agent shall commit slander or libel. So in other words, don't be messy. And that's all.
Any questions for the LJR chair? All right, Spalding, then Mole.
This is more just a point of clarification because in Chair Urea's announcements, it says that we'll bring the merit to the floor, but then I think you just said that we're not or something. So I just wanted to know what is the status of that?
Yes, so LJR did find in their committee meeting this week that there was merit to bring the censure to the floor. However, once that was decided, there needed to be a memorandum posted in order for us to see it at the Senate meeting. Because that memorandum wasn't posted, we are not seeing it. And to clarify, just for the record, I know it says, Jerry Ray, in your report, we're postponing it till after the recess. I just wanted to clarify what you meant in terms of our next regularly scheduled Senate meeting after the academic break.
Yes.
Okay. Senator Mole.
Yeah, so will we be seeing it that first Thursday? How does that work with the opinion? Will we see this at all? And when will we, if we are?
So I'm under the impression that we're going to be consulting with legal counsel.
Yes, so it's and I'll be fully transparent with you. I intend on speaking with UCF General Counsel just to discuss the legality of everything that's being concerned. This is regardless of the matter at hand, and more so kind of what was said by the Attorney General and kind of that. So it's not necessarily a matter of what's being discussed, but a procedural question for the General Counsel. Senator Mole.
2 questions about the proposed amendment that's talked there, if I may. That is
Proposed amendment on what?
I hope in the session to amend the wording used in the amend other legal mandates line of Chapter 905.1.
Do you have a question on that?
Yeah, may I?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, what are you looking to specifically amend about the statute? What way are you looking to take that? And second of all, to your knowledge, will that require a constitutional amendment to be voted on next spring?
So for the first question, I would consult the committee on that first, but I would hope to provide some more clarity on that because obviously that's going to keep causing issues in the future, I would assume. And I will get back to you on the second question in a few minutes.
Any other questions for the LJR chair? Seeing none, thank you. SBA Committee Chair Salerno.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, really quickly. We saw Resolution 5401, 5402, as well as proclamations 5401, 5402, 5403, 5404, and 5405. Not as many as Tyler, but We got through 5 proclamations in 45 minutes. Shout out to my committee for being really quickly, very efficient. It was the longest committee, but also we got so much done in time. I really, really appreciate it. Vice chair elections were postponed until the next meeting, and I will link everything after this.
Any questions for Chair Salerno? Vice Chair Temple and then Chair Hall.
I was going to make a motion, Madam Speaker.
I'm going to take Chair Hall's question.
Just for clarification, I'm guessing that the caucus agenda is not complete in the sense of it hasn't all been filled out. Because I see, like, for instance, the final thing is not there or anything. Just that I'm guessing that that'll be fixed after the fact. So just some of the last details.
Yeah, so I will link both today's committee agenda and caucus agenda right now. We had to split it because we weren't able to see everything during our normal committee time. That's why we had to caucus. But yeah, thank you for the question.
Vice Chair Temple?
Motion, Madam Speaker.
You can make the motion. I just get to decide whether or not we see it.
Move to reapprove the agenda.
Well, we have to go back to
Move to return to the approval of the agenda.
There's been a motion to go back to the approval of the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Vice Chair Temple?
Move to place proclamations 5401, 02, 03, 04, and 05 onto internal legislation, notice of legislation on second reading.
There's been a motion to place proclamations 5401, 02, 03, 04, 05 onto notice of legislation, internal legislation, notice of legislation on second reading. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I will take that as general consent, and they are there. Vice Chair Temple. Chair Temple, I apologize.
I'll accept either title. Move to reapprove the agenda.
There's been a motion to reapprove the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I will take that as general consent. All right. Any questions? Any other questions for the SBA Chair? Chair Temple?
Are we now disregard?
Chair Urea? Are there any questions first? Seeing none. Yes, Chair Urea.
I just wanted to make sure it would be an internal bill, not a constitutional amendment to vote on.
Chair Gell?
Move to return to confirmations.
Well, I was in committee SBA committee report, so we're there. Yeah. Confirmations, none. Internal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading, none. Notice of legislation on third reading, constitutional amendments, none. Bills, internal bill 5402, updates to Title III, enacting procedures for committee and caucus chairs to vacate chair positions in cases of no confidence by Chair Borges. Is there a motion for 3-minute speeches, unlimited questioning, limited debate? Any objections? Seeing none. Let me get my timer going. Chair Borges, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sorry, I kind of forgot about this, but it's on third reading. You guys already approved it once. There are some amendments, and I basically wanted to explain that these are currently not in the censure or impeachment procedures. So if you're putting it in the no confidence procedures, maybe just wait a bit and then do them all 3 at once so that you make them consistent, and that I yield the rest of my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Senator Tasha and then Chair Gell.
Yeah, so those amendments that you were talking about were mine. If I'm being entirely honest, I meant to talk to you about that because with the way that the phrasing was done in the sections where I didn't add the amendments, I just kind of didn't know how I was supposed to write them and fit it in there. So if someone who's maybe better versed in how to write that could write those amendments now, I'd love for my amendments and your amendments to be seen as a block.
Chair Gell.
I no longer have a question.
All right, we're still in questioning. Chair Borges.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I would be totally willing to help you write these for all 3 if you'd like. I just feel like for now, maybe it'd be good to look at all 3 and make sure they're all the same so they work for all 3. Because if you do it like this now, we might have to rechange it in the future. So it's your choice if you want to see the amendments, but I personally feel like we should just remove them for now, and then I can meet with you and we can reconsider all 3 at once.
Tasha.
I withdraw my amendments.
Okay. And I will state, if anyone is uncomfortable, because this is on third reading, it is possible, if the Senate wants, to also table this and we can come back tonight after it's been discussed. But that is unless someone makes that motion, then we're still in questioning. Senator Richard.
Just a point of inquiry. When are you planning to discuss these amendments?
Who was that directed to?
Whoever can answer.
Chair Voorhees.
I would meet with him sometime over break, and we'd have a whole new bill. It'd be separate from this completely.
All right, so I'm going to do follow-up. I'll give you a follow-up. Do you have a follow-up? No? Okay. Senator Galloway and then Deeser Foster.
Move to postpone Internal Bill 5402 to next meeting.
There has been a motion to postpone Internal Bill 5402 until the next regularly scheduled Senate meeting on May 19th. Are there any objections? I'm going to go ahead and go into a vote on that. So, Brody, we're going to vote. You can vote either yes to postpone, no, or abstain. We are in voting procedures. With a vote count of 37-7, the internal bill is postponed. I apologize, Chair Voorhees, if it seemed like I was cutting you off, but I will say that if there is an objection to just say it. Yeah, okay. Internal Bill 5403, updates to Title 8, updates to CRT spending policy. Chair Voorhees, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hey, me again. Sorry about all the internal bills. I also forgot I was doing this. I apologize. So much has happened this week. You guys approved this last week. We didn't make any changes. I don't see any amendments. So please vote again, I guess.
We're now in line for questioning. Chair Temple.
Move to go to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Chair Temple.
Mayor,
and then Deeser Foster.
Never mind. Yeah, we had already voted upon this. I think there have been no changes. I see it fit that we vote to confirm this.
Deeser Foster.
May I retain?
You may.
Okay. I agree with Senator Temple, or Chair Temple, sorry. We saw this last week. There's been no changes, so I encourage you to vote in favor of it. Move the vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5403. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw? Dlag Wanjin.
Sorry, it's just a technicality. Brody, may I direct a question to Brody?
Is there a motion? Is there a
okay?
motion for a non-committee member to speak? Brody.
Brody, can we have an abstention category?
On the most recent vote didn't have an abstain? I didn't make those. You made those ones. Get out of here. Yes, we can figure that out. Sorry.
Chair Temple.
Move to vote.
You wanted to make that motion. There's been a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5403. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. You may vote either yes, no, or abstain. With a vote count of 45-1, Internal Bill 5403 passes favorably on third reading. Internal Bill 5404, updates to Title 8, updates, I can't see this, okay. Appendix B, Chair Millington. Chair Millington, you will have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, hello guys. So there also aren't any updates on this from the last time we saw it. Something I did want to touch on really quick is something that Brody mentioned at the end of Monday's meeting. Concerning funding speakers, I didn't even think to bring it up because the committee decided not to change anything and to still fund them. But I did just want to mention kind of why we felt that way in regards to it. FAO has funded speakers for a long time, so we figured that was something we would still want to do. We just have to be more conscious in the future to be more consistent about it. So I just wanted to quickly bring that up in response to what was brought up at the last meeting. But other than that, I yield my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Senator Spalding.
Seeing no questions, move to go to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Senator Maury, is that right? Yes, and then Van Kirk. Cool.
May I retain?
I will let Senator Van Kirk speak. So.
Okay. There are no changes to this bill. We worked very hard on it in committee to make sure that everything lined up properly. I would urge you to vote in favor.
Yes, there are fireworks for a cab event. So just make sure we speak into the mic so that we can all hear each other. Senator Van Kirk.
Okay, hi guys. I also sit on FAO, and I just wanted to say that we went through this bill very diligently and left no stone unturned, and nothing's changed. So I'm going to vote yes, and I encourage you all to vote yes as well.
Chair Temple?
May I retain, Madam Speaker?
No, because there are amendments on. There are now amendments on the bill.
I was not made aware. I withdraw my.
Dlag Wandren, would you like to speak on it while you're typing? If you're able
Sorry.
to.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask a question, but I wasn't going to object to the moving to debate. So can I ask a question real quick?
Are you directing a question to Chair Millington?
The chair? Yeah,
Yes.
the chair. Is there a reason that we left it at 4,400 even though we removed RSO expositions?
I think our thinking behind that was that we did remove RSO expositions, but it still is technically under the event category. So we were leaving it as if they could still receive like an RSO exposition, but under the event category, if that makes sense. So they can still receive the same amount of funding, even though we took out that category.
Sorry, just a minute. I'm almost done writing the other amendment that I was working on.
In that case, we will listen to the fireworks. Dlag Wandren, we could also table it if you would like to.
It'll be like 3 more seconds. I'm sorry.
Is there a motion for a non-committee member to speak? Brody.
Hey, I just briefly, since we had an extra second, I just wanted to touch on what Chair Millington said, and to clarify that my intention was not to sway you all one way or the other, or affect my opinions on the Senate. I think I'm worried that I got misconstrued on Monday when I mentioned it. My intention was to make sure you had an easy time staying consistent. So if you all wanted to create a system to help you all stay consistent over the course of the year with speakers, I wanted to give you an opportunity to consider that now, as opposed to when you were in the middle of funding those speakers. But to be clear, I have no preference either way. That was my intention. So I just wanted to kind of clear that up in case there was any confusion about that.
Dlag Wandren.
Move to see my amendments, I guess, as a block.
There has been a motion to see Dlag Wandren's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'll take that as general consent. Those will now be seen as a block, and we are now in debate on that block of amendments.
Sorry, guys. It's just. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say Senator Anderson, Senator Richard, and then Dlag Wandren.
I agree with the block of amendments. It's basically just readjusting the terminology used. So
I just wanted to hear Dlag Wanjan speak on it.
Yeah, so basically it's just turning it into sentences because normally we don't have it set up the way it originally was in the bill. If you look at how Appendix A is currently set up, it's set up as sentences. So I just wanted to change it so that it more matches what we used to have and what CRT looks like.
Any other debate on the block of amendments? Chair Temple?
Yeah, the logic behind the amendments checks out, so I'll be voting in favor of these amendments. Richard, you want to say anything?
D. Sir Foster?
Move to vote on the block of amendment.
There has been a motion to vote on the block of amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures for the block of amendments. You may vote either yes, no, or abstain. No talking during voting procedures. With a vote count of 42 to 0 to 3, the block of amendments pass. And it's okay to laugh at the fireworks. I won't shout to quorum at you if you do. Chair Temple.
Move to vote on Internal Bill 5404.
There's been a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5404. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. You may vote either yes, no, or abstain. With a vote count of 41 to 0 to 2, Internal Bill 5404 passes favorably on third reading. Resolutions none, special acts none. And I have something that I wanted to state. I wanted to state this at the beginning of internal legislation, but I forgot. I just wanted to remind every senator in this room of Title 3, Chapter 3.01c, that student body senators shall confine themselves to the motions under debate, avoiding personal issues or feelings, and observe courtesy to all student body senators. Just a reminder to maintain decorum on this floor throughout this Senate meeting and all Senate meetings to come. All right, notice of legislation on second reading, constitutional amendments none, bills none, resolutions, Resolution 5401, resolution advocating for the University of Central Florida to create an unarmed community response team. Senator Moll, you have 3 minutes whenever you are ready.
Hello, everyone. I prepared a speech that I also read in SBA, but I will be reading parts of that speech here as well. So if you were in SBA, I apologize if this is the second time you're hearing it. In the wake of the murder of George Floyd in May of 2020, a national conversation began on what can and should be done to increase police transparency and accountability and to decrease the likelihood of such events happening again in the future. Many solutions were put forth, such as the banning of neck restraints, diversity training, measures requiring the use of body cameras, and so on. But while many of these solutions help to limit the likelihood of incidents of racial profiling, excessive use of force, etc., they fail to ask what many believe to be an immensely important question. Why was it necessary for an armed officer to be called in to restrain a man whose only alleged crime at the time was using a counterfeit $20 bill? Expanding beyond the simple facts of the George Floyd case, why is it necessary that armed officers be sent to answer many of the calls that we currently send them to respond to? Is a police officer trained in the use of weapons really the best person to be sent to respond to a mental health crisis rather than a social worker? Is a police officer trained in the use of restraints really the best person to be sent to respond to someone who is experiencing a drug overdose at a party rather than a medical professional? By creating an unarmed community response team, we are allowing for the right responder to be sent to the right calls. This both decreases the workload of police officers and ensures that they can be sent to calls in which the presence of an armed officer is actually needed, while ensuring that social workers, mental health professionals, and healthcare professionals are, technical difficulties with my computer. Ensuring that social workers, mental health professionals, and healthcare professionals are sent to calls where they would be better suited for the job than an armed officer. Information on specific aspects of the CRT can be found in the whereas clauses of this resolution, so I won't waste your time with the nitty-gritty. If you have any comments, questions, or concern, please feel free to read through the bill, do some independent research on the side if you haven't already, between second and third reading, and feel free to just ask me, direct your questions. I yield my time for questioning.
We're now online for questioning. Maury, Robbins, Ferguson.
So in the second, be it further resolved, I see that the funding for the community response team is first to come from the UCFPD budget to account for the decrease in demand. Does that mean that you anticipate officers either losing their jobs or officers not being hired in the future because of this? Which of those is the scenario?
So the scenario doesn't account for any specific thing. And, student government is not directly in charge of the UCFPD budget. And additionally, I don't know where that money would come from specifically. However, I do cite elsewhere different money that was given for equipment upgrades and for other sort of staffing things. It's not so much that money all needs to come from UCFPD or there's a specific amount that needs to come from UCFPD. It's more so anticipating that with a decrease in demand, there will be a decrease in need for those equipments and other such upgrades so that money can be redirected from there. It's simply the sentiment of the Student Government Senate that, or at least the way it's currently written and can be amended, that it is our wish that we take account for that before raising fees elsewhere or taking other measures in order to raise that money.
Vice Chair Robbins.
Yeah, so I have way more questions than what we have time for. And I love that this is coming up. Would you be willing to do a one-on-one, sometime to go over questioning about this at a different time?
Yeah, absolutely. I've met with several RSOs and am open to meeting with individual students as well to get their input. Obviously, we have some time to do that. So if you're free over this upcoming summer break, I'd be more than happy to meet with you.
Senator Ferguson and then Senator Marotta.
Thank you for putting the bill. Do you have any documented instances of police brutality at UCF? Not to criticize, not to say anything against other, but UCFPD seems to be a bit different than the regular. Are there any documented instances where UCFPD had to do something or UCFPD did something violent?
I don't have any incidents that come directly to mind. However, there have been certain instances where there have been uncomfortable situations from police, which of course is just anecdotal evidence. I don't have the incidents of police brutality specifically. However, what I can confirm is that there are students on campus who feel uncomfortable with the police, who would rather be able to call for a community response team. Now, just because there's not an instance which I can currently think of someone being brutalized by police, that doesn't minimize the importance of having this option so that students who are going through those things that don't necessarily require a police officer's presence can have that option so that they feel more safe calling 911, feel more safe calling a responder to their situation.
I believe that was the finale, but I apologize to you all for having listened to that and to anyone viewing this who may have found it hard to hear. So Senator Marotta, McClellan, and then Chair Salerno.
So what do you think the biggest benefit of this bill would be to the student body particularly?
So I think the biggest benefit to the student body is just shifting the conversation around policing and creating an extra layer of security for students and just creating a more comfortable environment for students. So like I mentioned before, there are some students who would prefer to be able to have these people respond to calls rather than an armed officer. I know personally for me, never with UCFPD particularly, but with other police officers, I've had issues being pulled over, being questioned in a very hostile way for lots of different things. And so yesterday I actually had to file a police report on a stolen tag from my vehicle, and tried to avoid having to speak to police. But, obviously circumstances were what they were. And, I had to talk to a police officer about my tag being stolen. I didn't necessarily need for the people who responded to that call to be armed, pretty heavily armed, quite frankly, and just basically sort of like have that sort of confrontational vibe. More importantly, that's just my scenario. But, if someone is facing an overdose, if someone is having different issues on campus, if there's a homeless student on campus who maybe has been harassed by police elsewhere, I'm not sure what UCF's specific policy is, but if there's a homeless student, they might not be too comfortable dealing with police. So having the person that responds to them be someone who's a social worker, to be someone who's a mental health professional, could be more comfortable and more beneficial for them than having a heavily armed officer respond to the call.
McClellan, Salerno, Gill, Tesche.
My question is that of the safety of this CRT team that you would dispatch, because if none of them are armed, and one of the whereas clauses near the top says that 69% between 2017 and 2019 of calls for UCFPD were drug and alcohol arrests or arrests or referrals, that if they're under the influence of a drug or alcohol, they may not be the most reasonable. And there's no such thing as a perfectly ideal scenario. So what if, despite these experts' attempts, the situation escalates, and since none of them are armed, none of them can really protect themselves, I feel like this does pose a risk to them.
100% valid concern. I mean, there's a reason why, police are armed in the first place, and it's because of that exact sort of anxiety. What I will say is that the model for this sort of community response team probably was most successfully tried out in Eugene, Oregon. Eugene, Oregon has had their community response team for almost 30 years, and not a single member of their community response team has ever been killed on the job while responding to one of these calls. There's a couple reasons for that. Number one, it's completely voluntary. When you call 911 and you tell the dispatcher your situation, in Eugene, Oregon, they say, this sounds like something that maybe Cahoots could handle rather than a police officer. Would you like to have Cahoots sent out instead of Eugene PD? And so, obviously first of all, that's the job of the dispatcher to assess and say, yes, this is a situation where the CRT could be a better fit. But also the person who is calling 911 in the first place also has that authorization. So probably, with those two people's discretion, they're not going to be sent to a super extreme case, right? Secondly is the reason why these people are being sent in the first place, though they are unarmed, they are armed with very technical skills, with skills that possibly make them a better suit. So the Cahoots team specifically deals often with the houseless community in Eugene. They often deal with people who are under the influence of drugs. However, like I said, never have any members of the community response team ever been killed while on the job. And it's because they're trained in de-escalation. They're trained in how to respond to mental health situations and how to respond to people who are under the influence.
Chair Salerno.
What efforts have you made to contact and inform UCFPD with your intent to create a unarmed response team?
So actually, one of the things that was noted is that Chief Carl Metzger has stated his support in a UCFPD town hall that was hosted by Caucus during the 53rd session. So they are already in support of this idea. However, the specific resolution, while I haven't heard back from them yet, I did notify them the fact that this would be seen by the Senate this past Monday. Of course, they have time to respond, though they haven't responded yet. Possibly may come and speak while this is going to be seen on third reading, or possibly reach out to me before it reaches third reading just to give their suggestions and comments. So an attempt has been made to contact UCFPD. However, we haven't, received any response from them back other than them saying theoretically they were in favor of this. What I will note is that one of the most important parts of these resolutions is who it's being sent to advocate for it. And Chief Metzger is one of the people who right now is on the list. Of course, if he sponsors the bill or he gets back to me about it, maybe I remove his name because it's less necessary. However, even without a response or without his participation, the resolution still serves its purpose of saying that this is what we want and can be used moving forward to advocate for the actual creation and implementation of this in the future.
Is there a motion for a non-committee member to speak? Any objections? Brody.
Just on that note, UCFPD did actually reach out to our office, and I just haven't had a chance to connect with Loki on that, so I have some information about that for you. But yes, they have seen it and have want to connect and talk about it.
All right, it's going to go Gil, Taché, Castellan, Moroto, Ferguson, and I will take a motion after that.
Hi, Loki. Thank you for this resolution. I really appreciate the time you put in. I have two questions, if I may, Chair.
Are they related?
Kind of, yes.
Two questions.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, so for advocacy, shall we pass this? What action is what are the next steps? I think my questions are more like advocacy is more than just passing a resolution. So I'm just kind of wondering what would be the next steps after this?
Thank you for that question. So obviously, first step would be to meet with the chief's office and discuss this with him, as he is one of the people that this resolution is being sent to. I'd also like to meet with some people from UCF administration, possibly Vice President Guzman as one of the people that this is being sent to, and just discuss this a little bit further. And then finally, I'd like to bring it to the Board of Trustees, because ultimately, this would likely involve some reallocation of funds or some allocation of funds. And so we'd have to discuss that with the Board of Trustees, who approved the, I believe it's 1.4 million in enhancements for campus security. So yeah, I'd have to speak with them and figure all of that out. From there, it's just continuing to advocate with whoever else comes up, whoever else is able to turn this idea into something that is actually created and implemented.
Okay, awesome. So, so just from my understanding, we're voting on this resolution as a body. Your intention is just for us to express that we agree with this. We don't necessarily have to agree with the allocation of funds. We just agree that this is something that the campus should have.
Yeah. So, there are no specific prescriptions of how the funds are come about, or how much it is, other than just saying vaguely right now as it's currently written, just saying we would prefer for this to be reallocated from UCFPD budget. But yeah, so we had this discussion about the resolution to create Pride Commons at Rosen last session. And what it comes down to is that when we have an external resolution such as this, we can only state our sentiments and what we would like to happen. And then the people who are actually in charge of allocating that money, figuring out how to actually implement it, are the people who at the end of the day, figure out how it's actually implemented. So, the way I envisioned it in my head, the way that you envisioned it in your head, the way that we all envision it here in this room may not end up being exactly what it is. However, this being passed gives us something to point to and say, this is what we would like to happen. How can we make this happen?
Senator Taché, and not to rush anyone, but let's try and be efficient with our responses so that we can see everything on the agenda tonight. Senator Taché, Vice Chair Taché.
You're good. Real quick question. Speaking of that, someone raised a concern about, if police officers would get fired because of this. Is there anything that would disqualify people who were formerly employed by UCFPD as police officers for applying for the community response team if they were to get fired?
if they have the proper training to be on the community response team, whether that is de-escalation, mental health, medical, any of that stuff, then as long as they could apply for this new job, no, there's nothing that's stopping them from applying.
Senator Maroto?
So would this community response team only be used for nonviolent calls? The way that this resolution is currently written, yes.
My apologies, Senator Castellan.
Oh, you're good. First, thank you for creating this idea. I think it's addressing a lot of the issues that we overlook and, allowing students to feel more comfortable at UCF. But I just wanted to ask, I noticed that you put this would be like an opportunity for students at the school, like within working towards those social work fields to volunteer for the team. I just wanted to ask, to what extent would these students be working with the team? Seeing that there could be potential high risk situations with the possible domestic drug users or other high risk situations. So I don't know if you were only limiting it to phone calls, or I don't know what extent would students be working.
Again, we can only prescribe what we want to happen more so than actually determining what that is. However, my vision, first of all, this would obviously be a new avenue for employment for students once they graduate. Also, just referring back to Cahoots, Cahoots actually launched a crisis response course so that people could learn the skills that they would need to join this response team, at least the way that it's currently done in Eugene, Oregon. So I think some sort of program like that to allow students to train and do ride-alongs and get real world experience, just like we currently do with EMTs and fire training. I have a friend who's training to become a firefighter. He actually rides along to those calls. And of course it is dangerous, but if that's something that you want to go into, it gives you an avenue for getting that sort of training.
Last two questions, Ferguson, Salerno, then I'll take a motion.
Hi, Loki. Thanks for the bill. I was just wondering, what's the crime rate for? Because you said there have been a lot of community response teams implemented. What's the crime rate before and after the teams are implemented? What's the effect?
I don't have any data on the crime rates in those cities before and after that they have been implemented. Anecdotally, all I can say on that information is that there's been seeing a lot of success in cities where this has been implemented, especially as far as referrals going down to police officers and to jails. Actually, I want to just speak quickly. So this is for Orlando's community response team saying, other benefits of the program include reduced referrals to the criminal justice system and hospital emergency rooms and increased OPD efficiency by allowing officers to focus more on efforts where residents really need and want them, on law enforcement and community-oriented policing. So again, I don't have any specific statistics. I could work to get those before third reading. However, anecdotally, it does seem like, cities like Orlando and Eugene aren't saying, everything has gotten worse since the implementation of this community response team.
Chair Salerno, and then I'll take a motion.
If we do model the Eugene, Oregon CRT, how do you plan on informing students and educating them that is an option? Would that be on behalf of students saying, hey, I want a community response team instead of an unarmed officer? Or would it be up to UCF PD's discretion to send an unarmed response team or a police officer?
Again, we can only prescribe what we want. However, what I personally would like to see is like what they do in Eugene, Oregon, where if you make a call and it's something nonviolent, it seems like, an armed officer might not necessarily be necessary. The dispatcher recommending that and saying, hey, is this something that you would be interested? Also, I think UCF does a great job of getting information out about different things going on campus. I know that I forget the name of it, but there was some sort of informative pamphlet that was being handed out by one of I think it was the legal office. I forget the exact name of it. But on just
already like different things like to do in an emergency situation and how to respond to being pulled over. I think informative materials such as those things that are already being created, but on this new community response team would be really helpful.
Take a motion. Chair Cox.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All right, I'm going to do the first three, Caldwell, Spalding, Maroto.
Yeah, so I have a few points I'd like to touch on. First of all, there was a lot of concern about the efficiency and efficacy of the unarmed response team, as we kind of touched on later in the discussion. Eugene, Oregon, even right here in Orlando, we've seen a lot of success. While I can't give statistics right now, I didn't come prepared with them. It's quick Google search away. You can find that there have been reduced crime rates and reduced violent interactions with police, which is something we don't want for citizens or police officers. Additionally, I'd add that this works in other countries. Most other countries don't have armed police units. And granted, there are, or at least armed typical police units. And granted, there is an increase in proliferation of lethal weapons in the United States. However, even in countries where that's the case, we don't see armed officers as the norm. And in most cases, police officers aren't using any force, let alone lethal force. It is an incredible rarity that there's a shooting of any sort, let alone a lethal shooting. It always makes the news. And that is the vast minority of cases. Additionally, I would mention things like mental institutions and other mental health programs that employ orderlies and other trained professionals. They deal with far more dangerous situations than the average encounter for a police officer, as it's someone who is going through a system or a moment in their life when they're far more likely to engage in something like that. Yet they are able to handle the situations with far less force and with far less impact onto both the officer and themselves. We see a lot of issues with autistic individuals in our communities having really negative run-ins with police officers because of that lack of training and like the overuse of force in a case where it's not really necessary. I'd also say on a personal level, I'm from the East Coast and I've worked a lot with the city of Melbourne. Actually, just this last summer, I was working with the Melbourne City Council in regards to a change they were making to legislation that would cause an increase in interactions between police and homeless individuals. So for those senators who are incredibly concerned about the efficiency of your police department, I would add this. Melbourne's smaller in a lot of ways, but even with a decently sized police force, there's only so many officers on duty at any one time. And that one piece of legislation increasing the interaction they had with homeless people, specifically panhandling and requesting, and soliciting donations, effectively reduced the amount of times they had police officers engage in community by 33%. This does the opposite. It frees up officers to handle things that we actually need an officer at. When you're sending someone to deal with a homeless individual, someone having a mental health crisis, anytime you're doing that, you are running the risk of having a gap in actual security and response when it's needed. And a lot of these statistics are coming right from people with inside of the department who severely oppose this, passed anyway. So I would just keep that in consideration. Thank you.
Senator Spalding.
Hi, everyone. So I think that this bill or this resolution, is exactly what's needed on campus. And I think it will greatly benefit our student body. I think that a lot of students will feel more comfortable asking for help if they were in a situation of like there was an emergency and they didn't want someone there that had like a gun and a taser strapped to their body. Like they would feel more comfortable asking for help. And so I think this resolution does just that. So I'm going to be voting in support and encourage you all to do the same.
Senator Maroto.
Hello. So I think this is a great bill. And I feel like it really addresses a lot of the problems that we see with like policing in general. One of the main things is that it's not really going to be overlapping with current like police work. It's going to be essentially filling in the gaps that like traditional policing simply cannot do, because a police officer is not a trained social worker. They don't have the ability to de-escalate like a mental health crisis, for example, right? So what this bill is really going to do, I feel like, is it's going to really cover a lot of what UCFPD currently isn't able to do, and it's going to allow them to use their resources more efficiently, while also providing a benefit to the student body. As well as I've heard a concern that there's like concerns over safety of the workers. However, as Senator Moll talked about with the previously mentioned example of a similar program, the workers have never been hurt before. However, something to note is that if an armed police officer shows up to an altercation where somebody's in a mental health crisis, they're going to be seen as a threat. So it makes a lot more sense for that officer to be at risk in this situation than to assume that an unarmed person who's just trying to help would be at risk. So I feel like for the safety of the police officers as well, that's a great reason to pass this bill. Yeah, overall, just a really great bill. So vote yes.
Are there any dissenting opinions? Senator Ferguson.
I would just like to say that I'm not sure about this bill. I don't think I would vote for it now just because I have a few reasons for it. I mean, for starters, I would like to see like the stats to make sure that, because if you think about it, what we're doing here with the money, we're replacing some police officers with the mental health crisis response team. So we should be, therefore we got to make sure that it's not going to reduce crime rate. I would also point out there were no, I mean, it's possible, but I asked Loki and he said I asked Senator Moll and he said there were no documented cases of UCF police brutality. Honestly, UCF police are pretty chill. Like things are, I mean, not, but like there was one time last year I was out with my girlfriend and I opened this door and I tried to open this door on the engineering building and it opened like 6 inches and then an alarm went off. So I was like, wow. And I didn't get a SWAT team. So they sent one officer and he fixed so what I'm saying is UCF, I think things are probably reasonably fine right now. I also think like we don't have explicit UCF PD support on it. If we have that, then that would make it. But I think that things are pretty fine right now. And I don't think I would vote for this. I don't think it's necessarily a horrible bill, but I don't think that we need to change things right now.
All right, I'm going to go 2 at a time. We're going to call 2 at a time. Cox and then Holmes.
Okay, I shared a personal story earlier in SBA. Those of you who are also in SBA, you're just going to have to hear it again. I have a personal story, as I said, in relation to this bill. A few years ago, my mother was having a mental health crisis. I won't go into details because that's like her private medical information, but she needed to be hospitalized. So my father called the cops. And when they showed up with their hands on their weapons, they decided she was not actually experiencing an emergency and left. We spent a few more days like that, my father and I sleeping in the living room in shifts due to the nature of the emergency. It was a traumatic experience for all of us. And if someone who is trained to deal with situations like this, like a social worker, had been sent instead of a cop, she would have gotten help sooner. And I know that my family story is not the only one like this. So I'll be voting yes, and I encourage all of you to do the same.
Chair Holmes?
Point of information, just because you didn't have a traumatic experience with the police doesn't mean that other people do. So please take into account minority communities because that includes our constituents as well. So just point of information.
Are there any other dissenting opinions? Senator Moll?
Yeah, I just did want to clarify something. I didn't say that there were no documented cases of police brutality at UCF. I said I personally didn't have that information in front of me.
All right, I'll take Martinez and then Gell.
Okay, I did want to address another facet, another reason why I think this bill should be passed. My name's on the bill, obviously. I sponsor it, so I think it should pass. But it also does, again, make people feel comfortable with wanting to call 911 in cases of emergency. I know that a lot of cases, especially this is a college campus, let's be real, there's a lot of drug use, there's a lot of hazing sometimes. Things may go awry. And if you feel comfort and let's say it's an illegal drug and you don't want to call the cops because you're afraid of getting arrested. I think if you have the ability to call a social worker who is a trained medical worker who has the ability to deal with some of these kinds of overdoses, this incentivizes you to actually call and potentially save a person's life. Because at the end of the day, right, there is the fear of getting arrested, and getting caught isn't as prevalent because the medical worker isn't going to be able to arrest you, and they're most likely just going to be concerned about saving the person's life. So that's just, in these cases happen, not, I wouldn't say all the time, but they happen enough. So that's a major point of concern. And at the end of the day, this is just one of the many, many reasons why I support this bill and why I think it is a necessary and valid piece of legislation to advocate for. So yes, I will be voting yes, and I want everyone else to vote yes as well.
May I retain? Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry.
You may not.
Okay, awesome. That's okay. I will be voting in favor of this. I do think it is well written, and honestly, we are just voting on support. We're not voting on how it's allocated. We're not voting on how it will be worked out. We are just voicing our support for this community response team. I think that a lot of this is based off of hypotheticals. So I'd really just encourage you guys to just really either you are in support of this specific community response team or you're not. And I think that we don't need to debate too much more on this because I feel like most people already have their mind made up. And yeah, thank you.
I'll take Marla, and then I'll take a motion.
I just want to point out that it's nice that this is a proactive measure rather than a reactive measure. So for people who are concerned that we don't have issues on campus, it's better that we have something that prevents an issue rather than having that issue than having to deal with legislation in response to it.
Chair Temple.
Move to vote on Resolution 5401.
There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5401. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. You may vote either yes, no, or abstain. No talking during voting procedures. With a vote count of 42-3, Resolution 5401 passes favorably on second reading. Moving forward, I do want to applaud, but we got a lot of things to see. And I will say that I appreciate many individuals wanting to debate. It is important. At the same time, we heard 9 individuals speak, and I just want the Senate to keep that in mind because we do have some more legislation to see. Chair Cox.
Would it, sorry, I don't know how to word this. Motion to see Proclamation 5402 due to the urgency of the issue.
So I am going to go in the order that it was put on the agenda. So I'm going to stick with that. Senator Teche.
Let me know if this is okay. Motion to change the rest of this resolution and proclamation time to 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, and 5-minute debate.
I also will not be seeing that because one resolution was given unlimited or 3-minute speeches, unlimited questioning, limited debate. I'm going to make sure that the other pieces of legislation are held to the same standard. Yeah. Resolution 5402, resolution advocating for UCF to encourage UCF partnered off-campus housing establishments to implement recycling programs. Senator Costas, 3 minutes, starting now.
Okay, I am so excited for this one. As you guys can probably see from all the sponsors, it's a pretty unanimous and common sense proposal. And here's my little speech that I gave in SBA, but I'm going to give it again. We can no longer afford to avoid the potential climate crisis that could submerge Florida in water. The legislation I have written calls to action for UCF, the UCF student government, the Florida State Legislature, the Orange County local government, and the government of Orlando to enforce the municipal code of Orange County in section 32163 and begin recycling. Since 1995, Orange County Code section 32163 commercial recycling program has required that all commercial generators shall separate designated recyclable materials and make them available for recycling. as provided in this article. The complexes listed in this legislation have not been following the Municipal Code of Orange County. And so along with this legislation, as I mentioned before, I'm working with Amy Curvan, a member of the Orange County Environmental Protection Division, who is the head of the Pollution Prevention Program, and she is writing formal letters of intent notifying these complexes of their violations. Bless you. But recycling should be implemented across the board, also because it provides many economical benefits, which I'm sure some people may be worried about when it talks about, or when I write about bringing a recycling program. According to Evan Novell, who I spoke with, he is a sustainability project manager for the solid waste division of the city of Orlando. He explained how recycling actually saves money in the long run. And I explained that in my resolution as well. There's a whereas clause that's in there that explains how recycling actually saves money according to the, sorry about that. According to the Environmental Protection Agency. And not only that, there are a lot of other benefits that can be applied with this to UCF
1
students.
minute remaining.
Got you. With current scientific projections as displayed in this resolution, Florida can be truly devastated by a climate disaster. UCF students and their loved ones could lose their homes due to sea level rise, develop asthma or other lung-related illnesses due to poor air quality, or suffer from a potential economic crisis as homes and towns are destroyed by the storms, and the list goes on and on. There are stats about that in the legislation as well. With recycling programs being implemented in the UCF area, job opportunities could open up for UCF students that are also looking to prevent a climate crisis, and the local economy would benefit, thus making economic life easier for UCF students during these times of economic crisis. Engineering students in my college, my constituents, could also work to make the future of renewable energy, leading Florida in the fight for climate activism and creating renewable technology. And the youth of Florida can have dreams of coming to UCF in 20, 30, 40 years, knowing that the University of Central Florida took a stand in preserving the state for generations to come.
We're now in line for questioning. Any senators with questions? Well,
Move to go to debate.
there's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Mole, Salerno, Cox.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it just comes down to that not only is this the right thing to do, it's the legal thing to do. This is already in the Orange County Municipal Code, and we're simply asking off-campus housing complexes that are oftentimes affiliated with our university to follow the law in the municipal code. So it's pretty simple. So I'll be voting in favor.
Salerno.
No to see my amendments as a block.
There's been a motion to see Chair Salerno's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw?
Would you be opening to adding Senator Costas' amendments as well? Okay. Move to see Chair Salerno and Senator Costas' amendments as a block.
There's been a motion to see Chair Salerno's and Senator Costas' amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'll take that as general consent, and they will now be seen as a block. And you are able to debate the block of amendments. Chair Salerno.
So for the record, the only reason, I deleted two whereas clauses because it was to my belief that these specific clauses were irrelevant to the legislation. And we had a conversation earlier in SBA, and Senator Costas was incredibly accommodating and agreed with my decision. So we created another whereas clause where we can make the same message, but a little bit more relevant to UCF students, since it is something that is already implemented. Now, if we were talking about implementing a recycling program, then we could talk about the economy. But because it's already in the municipal code, those jobs are already in place, but there is always room for students to be involved. That's it.
Any other debate on the block of amendments? Cox.
The author of the bill, Michael Costas, did not object to seeing all the amendments as a block. So I assume he approves of them, and I don't see why we wouldn't approve of the amendments if the author likes them.
Mole,
Move to vote
specify.
on the block of amendments.
There's been a motion to vote on the block of amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. You may vote either yes, no, or abstain on the approval for the block of amendments. With a vote count of 39 to 1 to 3, the block of amendments pass. We're still in debate. Temple.
Right, so I'll keep this brief. And for those who are wondering where in the municipal code it is, it's located under section 32-163, commercial recycling programs, subsection A, mandatory commercial recycling. And I would absolutely highly encourage all of you to vote in favor of this bill. Not only does it have bipartisan support on both sides of the aisle, it is just also a very common sense thing to advocate for, because we really do need recycling programs to be implemented here on off-campus institutions in order to ensure that this state in particular, and as a whole, the country, is able to secure its environmental future.
Are there any dissenting opinions? Ferguson.
I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to state why I don't think this bill should be passed. For one thing, there's I know that it's Orange County law that the apartments are supposed to recycle, but there's probably a reason that they don't do it, and it will probably raise cost. It takes money to recycle, so probably it's going to increase the costs of people in there. I mean, that's a trade-off that y'all have to choose to make. And then secondly, there's just some statements at the end about how Florida will be at risk of chronic flooding, temperature increase 9 degrees. I'm not entirely sure that there's scientists on both sides who would say, I mean, the earth was warmer in the 14th century, for example. So for that reason, I don't think I would be voting yes on this, but I can definitely appreciate what the bill is trying to do.
Urea, Cox, Tache, I'll take a motion.
I'm going to be voting in favor of this because I would argue that an environmental future is more important than money. And yeah, that's just my opinion, and I encourage everyone else to vote in favor of it.
Chair Cox.
Keeping it short and sweet, this resolution enforces UCF's stance on sustainability, as well as encourages our partners to follow the law when they are apparently currently not. So we should vote yes.
Tache, you may retain.
Move to vote.
All right. There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5402. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're in voting procedures. You may vote either yes, no, or abstain. No talking during voting procedures. With a vote count of 45 to 1 to 0, Resolution 5402 passes favorably on second reading. Proclamations. Proclamation 5401. Proclamation recognizing May 1st, 2022 as International Workers' Day, or May Day. Senator Moll, 3 minutes starting now.
Again, SBA speech. So the history and excuse me, sorry about that. The history and intent of this proclamation is laid out in the wording itself in the whereas clauses, but I want to simply give a brief overview of this history of this holiday. So in the late 1800s and early 1900s, a radical labor movement was building strength across the country. They fought hard and in some cases were arrested, brutalized, and murdered by private security guards hired by private corporations and police officers for demanding things that we take for granted today, such as a 5-day work week, an 8-hour workday, and an end to unsafe working conditions. In May of 1886, these workers went on strike and rallied in the streets to demand that their bosses limit the amount they have to work to 8 hours so that they could use the remaining 16 hours in the day to have adequate time to sleep and enjoy some time for leisure. Hence their rallying cry, 8 hours work, 8 hours sleep, 8 hours leisure. While the protests began peacefully, tensions between the workers and the Chicago police would increase until violence broke out. Several police officers and workers were wounded or killed, with over 100 of the workers being arrested. Some of these people would also end up executed for their involvement in this protest. Today, May 1st, is celebrated as International Workers' Day, or May Day, not only as a commemoration to the people who lost their lives fighting for the rights of workers on that day, but in reverence to the whole labor movement who has continued to fight not just for an 8-hour workday, but for overtime pay, for an adequate minimum wage, for paid time off, etc. By passing this resolution, we not only pay respect to the labor movement which fought for these things which we take for granted, we not only pay respect to labor union organizers who are currently fighting to unionize companies like Amazon or Starbucks, we not only pay respect to all UCF students who are currently, have ever, or will be employed. We are paying homage to all workers across the world struggling to create a better, more equitable future for us all. Workers of the world unite and
1 minute
solidarity forever.
remaining. All right. We're now line for questioning. Chair Gell.
Thanks. Okay. Hi, Loki. Think this is well written. What students or organizations did you ask about this, or did you talk to when writing this?
Yeah, so I will admit that I didn't consult many RSOs. I did try to look if there were any labor-related RSOs on campus, but unfortunately, there's really a dearth of that sort of organization happening on campus at this moment. What I will say is that the Young Democratic Socialists of America currently are a sponsor for this bill. Obviously, as a socialist organization on campus, it's an important event for them. And so that is sort of a group that is more involved, especially with helping with local labor organizing work happening in our community. So yeah, I'm not aware of other organizations, but of course, I can't really add them on now. However, once this is passed, I would be more than happy to share this with them as well.
Senator Maroto.
Oh, okay.
How does this bill benefit students who are also workers?
Yeah, so it just shows solidarity. And really, when we pass a proclamation, that's the purpose of it, is to show that we're standing with those workers and to show that we support sort of their struggle and their celebrations that's going on right now. Specifically, if passed, this proclamation will be sent to the Starbucks workers of Orlando. Currently, some of the members of that organization are also UCF students who are working to organize a labor union at a Starbucks just down the road from UCF. So specifically to those students, it shows solidarity, shows that we support what they're trying to do.
Chair Gell. Oh, Chair Temple.
So, Senator Bolt, how do you intend on acting upon this proclamation? Like, what do you intend to do to further advance the message that the proclamation is trying to address?
Yeah, so there is at least one community celebration that I know is going to be happening. My intent would be to bring this proclamation and just sort of show support to those organizers. Of course, with a proclamation, proclamations aren't resolutions. We're not exactly making it like a holiday for the entire world, but for people who celebrate it, for people who find the holiday and this occasion, important to them, it just shows solidarity. And so my intention with this proclamation, like I said, would be to share with those Starbucks workers, to share with people in the community who are holding events on this day, and just show that UCF supports them.
Any other questions? Martinez.
Move to go to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Costas, Salerno, Martinez, and then Temple.
So I absolutely love this bill. I think it really considers all the people that clean up the student union, that pick up the trash on campus, that make your coffee when you go to Starbucks, and do all the things that you don't really consider as you're doing your day-to-day errands. And I think that considering these workers, especially the Starbucks workers that are attempting to unionize, giving them support of the student body, showing them that, solidarity does exist between students and the workers and everybody in Orlando exists, would be a great benefit. And I encourage you all to vote in favor of this bill.
Chair Salerno.
Hello, everyone. I really think that this proclamation is incredible. Speaking from an advocacy perspective, I think it gives precedence to a lot of things that UCF can do for our student workers. I work at this university. Last session, there were a couple of people trying to organize a coalition between student workers so that we can talk at UCF about some of the things that we can do better. And I know that Speaker Custis also has some things in mind with graduate assistants. So I think that this proclamation is incredible. We should all vote for it. Everyone at some point or another is going to work in their life. So it's just a good way to commemorate and celebrate us.
Vice Chair Martinez.
I mean, yeah, I just wanted to say that this is a good holiday to commemorate people who are working, people's struggles for fighting for better working conditions. And it just shows that, UCF actually cares about the people who are working, and I'm not trying to use any, charged words or whatever, but I do think that at the end of the day, workers have to deal with a lot, and showing that UCF has the bare minimum, like caring for them in terms of, showing that they do, at least want to host a day for the workers, the people who got to, get on the grind all day, every day. I think it shows a lot of respect. So I will be voting yes for this bill, and I will ask you all to do the same.
Are there any dissenting opinions? Chair Temple, you may retain.
Right, so I will keep this brief. As a student of history, I really appreciate how this proclamation provides context to the whole May Day holiday. To be honest with you, I honestly thought it was just about a group of kids just running around a pole, but that turns out to be very much not the case. But I also really want to echo the sentiments of Chair Salerno as well, because this brings to the forefront a population that really doesn't get nearly as much attention as say African Americans or Asian Americans, but it's just a more all-encompassing group. That was a very terrible way of phrasing that. I'm very sorry for those that I may have accidentally offended, but my point stands. The workers really need more attention on the matter, and this is a good first step. With that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5401. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. You may vote either yes, no, or abstain. No talking during voting. With a vote count of 41 to 1 to 3, Proclamation 5401 passes favorably on second reading. Proclamation 5402, Proclamation celebrating Eid al-Fitr, May 2nd, 2022. Chair Holmes, you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hi, everyone. So I just wanted to give a little background. SBA heard this already, apologize. So essentially, I saw that there was no representation here in Senate for our Muslim students. So I took it upon myself to reach out to MSA and Palestinian Student Association to write this proclamation. And I sat down with Noor and had Syria over the phone, and we spoke, and I took down verbatim what they said when it came to these proclamations. And I just want the intent behind these proclamations, especially this one, is to advocate for necessary accommodations for these students. This was written before the Religious Accommodations Task Force was created. So this proclamation was for Muslim students to hand to their professors to show that Senate does have their back when it comes to getting the necessary accommodations, especially the fact that their exams do fall on this day. So yeah, and if you do have questions regarding the comments made, please ask me. I would love to expand on whether I agree with those comments or not based off of what the RSOs did tell me. But I also do have a question for the chair. When it comes to certain comments that should not be a block, do we resolve them or do we just go and vote on them?
Define what not seen as a block.
So essentially, like if the Senate doesn't agree with a amendment per se.
then if the Senate votes to not see it as a block, then it won't be seen as a block, but it would still need to be seen, or the Senate will still need to decide if it's going to be seen.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I yield my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Chair Gell.
Hi, Sierra. I love this. I really, really do. I have two questions, but my first is, I asked it on the actual doc. So I don't know who UCF student government is, but they said that this is not always true. It's a cultural thing. And then I saw that this was a generalization is what you said. I guess I'm just asking for clarity how this is like, am I misinterpreting it? Because if it's a cultural thing, I'm just confused why we're still keeping it if it's only specific to certain cultures.
Okay. That is a really, really, really good question. And I would like Chair Salerno to answer that, if that's okay.
Point of information. So UCF student government is coordinator Sophia. They looked it over. They actually are one of the sponsors. When she looked at this, she was like, I'm really, really glad. She also spoke during open forum to SBA. So that is who UCF student government is.
I'm going to ask a clarification question for the purposes of the amendments. There are two UCF student governments listed. Which one is Sophia?
They're both.
Both of them? Okay.
Yeah.
May I answer?
Yes.
So essentially, I'm 99% sure that when I'm saying has to be a generalization, I know there are two different groups of like Muslim students. So I think that's what I'm pretty sure that's what she was referring to. So I generalized this proclamation to accommodate to both groups of Muslims because it can, I'm pretty sure it can refer as a cultural to one and the other. But I know Noor is the one who told me to put the fact that, where is it? It is a 3-long date celebration with the first being the main celebration.
We're still on questioning, Chair Gell?
Yeah, I guess my only concern then is if one Muslim student or one student that is a Muslim and another student that is Muslim as well are disagreeing on this. I think that if we're going to apply this to all
This is debate. It needs to be a question.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry. You're right. I really apologize. My next question is with the RSO, you spoke to this RSO. Did you look at any other resources online as well?
Yes, I did. I actually looked at resources online and then I asked questions just in case we didn't miss anything, because normally as human, when we're going through our head with like saying traditions and stuff, sometimes we can miss some things. So I did use a online source to fact check everything before I turned it in. And Syria and Noor approved of this. And it's not necessarily from my interpretation of what Sophia said, that it's not that she disagrees, but it's not always true. So it doesn't apply to some Muslims, but others.
You're still in questioning. Spalding.
Seeing no other hands, move to go to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Robbins.
Yeah, so I think this is seriously awesome. I know that there are lots of different faiths in the room and lots of people that come from different backgrounds, which just makes Senate all the more exciting. I personally come from a different faith background, and I think that advocating for everybody is something that we clearly got presented to us, and I will 100% be voting in favor. I think is exciting and needed and part of what we're here for, which is advocating for all students, not just the ones we feel like we can connect with. So thank you.
Yalamanchili and then Sabula.
Thank you. I will also be voting in favor of this proclamation. It's only fair, considering that I myself support the principles of religious freedom. Traditionally in our society, we recognize holidays like Easter and Christmas and Hanukkah as official holidays. I'm pretty sure it would be helpful to give the Muslim students of UCF the same thing, the same way we would treat Christians in general, or people of any other religion. And so I will be voting in favor of it, and I highly recommend my fellow senators to do the same.
Sabila?
Hi, I will be also voting in favor of this. As the students who came in here and spoke about, they are disadvantaged by the calendar itself, and obviously we can't change the calendar for them. And students who celebrate Christian holidays, or even at least the secular versions, do have an advantage with the calendar and the school calendar literally being made for them. So I think that just to respect everyone's religion and religious freedoms, that I think they really just deserve this as a right. So I will definitely be voting in favor and encourage you all as well.
Are there any dissenting opinions? Costas?
Not dissenting, but move to see Chair Salerno's, Chair Holmes, and Senator Moll's amendments as a block.
There's been a motion to see Senator Salerno, Holmes, and Moll's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'll take that as general consent. Debate on the block. And as a reminder, this is including Salerno, Holmes, and Moll. Chair Cox.
The author of the bill did not object to seeing the amendments as a block, which I assume means that Chair Holmes approves, and she is the author, so we should, I think, approve.
Salerno.
This was written in consideration by taking different students who do practice Islam. This is their proclamation, and based on the information that was given to us by them. The reason why you can see a lot of my comments is to make it a little bit more general, so that both Sunni and Shia branches of the Islamic religion can include and feel included in this proclamation. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Any other opinions on the block? Galloway.
Sorry. I have a question, if I may.
To who?
Chair Holmes.
You may.
Okay, so you commented on my prior amendment. If you could explain that a little bit, because the way I'm reading it from what Sophia said is that they don't fast on the day. So, okay, wait, I think I'm understanding. Can you just explain it anyway?
You may respond, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So essentially, I think what the problem was I was wording it a little wrong. I'm not going to lie. Nora and I were functioning on like 5 hours of sleep. So yeah. And then I'm not sure who crossed out. Oh, wait. Yeah. That was Nora. And back to, if it's okay, I can still respond to Daisy's previous question. Okay, great. So I did edit it a little bit. So it's a little bit more explanatory. So I put Eid al-Fitr is a 1 to 3 day long celebration, depending on the country, with the first day being the main celebration, if that's okay. So I want to make sure that when you're reading this, we don't have to ask questions, that it's self-explanatory. So I'm very open to any criticism so that I can make sure that this proclamation is readable.
We are in debate over the block. To my understanding, everything that's being added is to not be considered in this block because it's being added after the block of amendments is already voted on to be seen. All right, Mo.
Move to add the fifth whereas clause to the block of amendments being seen.
There's been a motion to add the fifth whereas clause to the block of amendments being seen. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'll take that as general consent, and it has been added. If there is no further debate on the amendment, I'll take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to vote on a block of amendments.
There's been a motion to vote on the block of amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on the block of amendments. You may vote either yes, no, or abstain. No talking during voting procedures. No talking during voting procedures. Oh, sorry, Ella, that was you. With a vote count of 42 to 1 to 2, the block of amendments pass. Allo, it's Senator Salerno, Holmes, and Mole. We are still in debate. Senator Mole.
Move to see Senator Gell's amendment.
There's been a motion to see Senator Gill's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none. It's seen. Debate on the amendment. Teshay?
This is a question for literally anyone who thinks they can answer this. So I know that we're trying to figure out here, debating between country or culture. Is it 1 to 3 days depending on where you are, what your cultural background is, or what branch of Islam you follow? Is there like a clear answer to that, or is it kind of murky depending on the existence of that?
I will give the floor to whoever can answer. Chair Hall.
Yeah, from everything that I have gathered, that it is culture based off of which faith. But within the religion. So, for instance, like take a country like Iraq, which has a large Shia population, a large Sunni population. They will celebrate it differently. Like there may be an official government policy depending on the country, especially a place like Iran or Saudi Arabia that's Sunni or Shia. But generally, not just counting those two sects, but also the sects that are then within those two, it does vary. So either cultural or something else, I think would be a more appropriate definition of that, even though maybe by country it is recognized differently.
Salerno, then Teshay.
It's also because it's based on the lunar calendar, and both branches of Islam believe different things. So it's either when the moon is first sighted or when it's first sighted in that specific region. So it differs based on the culture of each branch.
Senator Teshay.
Senator Go, would you be fine to change the word culture to secular differences?
Yes. Do you want to make that amendment? Cool.
Chair Holmes. Yes.
Can we see Vice Chair Tashay's amendments as a block?
There's only one amendment, so it wouldn't need to be seen as a block. It would just need to be seen. So if someone wants to make that motion, Chair Hall.
Respectfully, when it comes to that, I believe the correct term would be sectarian difference, not secular. Sectarian denotes sect. But yeah, that's just my one thought, just because secular is different, I guess. Yes, but also yes. Okay, that doesn't. You know what?
More debate?
Oh, can I still talk?
Yes.
Never mind, because sectarian also has a very negative connotation within just existence. So I think that might be a better phrase to use. The definition is different, but the usage in the modern day, unfortunately, is different. So I think maybe keeping it that way might be a better approach.
Foster.
Move to see Vice Chair Tashay's amendment.
There's been a motion to see Vice Chair Tashay's amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, it's seen. Sabila.
Can I ask a question really quick?
To who?
Like anyone who knows?
Yes.
I know like the word denomination is used to like view like different versions of Christianity, like Methodist, Calvary, etc. Could denomination be used for like the different sections of Islam? Because that I think maybe that word would work.
Mole, then Holmes.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think culture worked better in this circumstance. I mean, like I feel like culture is generic enough to where it will be understood to encompass differences based on country background, differences based on different sects of Islam. So I personally am in favor of culture.
Is there a motion for a non-committee member to speak?
Just briefly, this kind of ties into what Senator Mole is saying.
I recommend we don't use terms we're not fully sure of. Also, one idea could be to just remove that depending on section, because I think the sentence still works great as, as a 1 to 3 day long celebration, with the first day being the main celebration, something like to that effect. If you feel great about culture or country and you're not 100% sure on whether it's secular or denominational, that might be an answer.
Salerno.
I think it's important to note that the 1 to 3 day long celebration, because it was noted that it's not always 3 days. That's the point that she was trying to make, that it doesn't always last 3 days. It can last 1 day, it can last 2 days, it can last 3 days, it can last 5 days. There isn't this exact amount of days, to my understanding. I may be wrong. I think that we should leave it and then consult with someone that is knowledgeable in the matter, because we can spend 10 minutes debating on different words and none of us practice, to my understanding.
So some information to the Senate. This is on second reading, so this proclamation upon passage is final. Robbins.
Yeah, I was just going to respond to the question about denomination. It is strictly used for different branches of either the Christian or the Catholic faith, so it would not be appropriate in this setting. I'm just saying what I looked up and what I know from experience.
Foster.
I agree with Chair Salerno. If we don't understand a term or the context behind it, I don't think it should be in legislation at all. We should consult with somebody who's actually from the religion and understands it.
Mole.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go back. Right now, the way it reads is Eid al-Fitr is a 1 to 3 day long celebration, with the first day being the main. It's being covered up right now, but you get the point. For people who only celebrate the 1 day, that doesn't really make sense to say that the first day is the main celebration. The way it reads right now is that it varies between 1 and 3 days, but the first day is like always the main celebration. And I just don't think that's correct for people who only celebrate it on the 1 day. And, just to go back to culture, I think culture is vague enough and it's not charged in any sort of way where we could use culture and it not be a big issue while still being descriptive.
Galloway.
Okay, so I agree with some of the sentiments that if we don't know for sure, we shouldn't kind of assume. I'm currently right now texting Sophia. She is up. I asked her to look over the resolution, make sure that everything is good, and make sure that there are no changes to be seen. In the meantime, we do have a few other proclamations to go over. So I'm going to make a motion to table this proclamation until the rest of the proclamations are seen.
There's been a motion to table proclamation 5402. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw? Do you withdraw, Senator Galloway?
No.
We're now in pro con. Martinez for the objection, 1 minute, starting now.
Okay, listen, I objected because I think at the end of the day, this is kind of this one in particular, this one and the Ramadan one, I think we should get done as quickly as possible, because once the resolution is passed, this allows us actually time to advocate to UCF to actually make the change. So, because at the end of the day, if we were meeting next week, I'd be comfortable just leaving it for next time, but we are not meeting next week. So the urgency, we're meeting after the day is done. So I would prefer to just get it done now. So.
Senator Galloway, 1 minute.
Yes, so to table it means that we are going to see it tonight. We're just going to see it after we see the other proclamations. Sophia is up right now. I am texting her. I sent her the link just for her to go over, make sure everything looks good. I would not feel comfortable for us passing this without somebody who celebrates this assures us that all of the information is correct. Again, we will be seeing this. We're just going to move on for the sake of time and then come back to it. Give Sophia some time to look over it, make sure everything's all good before we go ahead and pass it, because once we do pass it, we cannot change it.
We're now in voting procedures. Yes is for the objection, Martinez. No is against the objection, Galloway. And then you may abstain. With a vote count of 2 to 42, we will move forward with the motion. So we're now voting procedures to table the proclamation. Yes is to table it, no is to not table it, and an abstention. We're voting procedures. No talking. With a vote count of 38 to 4 to 1, Proclamation 5402 is tabled. Before we move on, I do want to state that when I ask someone if they withdraw from a motion, I do not want to see any senators trying to influence their decision. That is all I'm going to say. Proclamation 5403, proclamation regarding the commemoration of Ramadan on April 2nd, 2022 to May 2nd, 2022. Chair Holmes, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right, y'all, same thing that I said before. If you have any questions regarding, well, looks like there's barely any amendments, but if you have any questions regarding it, just ask me. That's it.
We're now in line for questioning. Urea?
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing, do you withdraw?
I withdraw.
Senator Maury?
I just had a question for Senator Salerno, if that's okay.
You may.
You seem to be fairly knowledgeable about the Shia and Sunni sects of Islam. Does this proclamation represent both portions of Islam?
So what I know is what I have been told by people who actually do practice Islam. I'm going to just leave it to Sophia's comment on the top. There are things that are specific to Sunni. We'd have to see it during amendments.
We're still in questioning. Chair Holmes?
Point of information for the 3 pillars that were all listed. They were listed because even though all pillars can be, I don't want to say, well, recognized for Muslims because Ramadan is considered a holy month. It is emphasized for the Muslims to, let me see, I'm sorry, not pillars, I think. Sorry, I'm trying to look. The pillars to be, sorry, I'm having a brain fart, to be listed so that it emphasizes the importance because Ramadan is used to focus on the relationship with God and everything. So, I wish I wasn't told about all these changes a day before because this has been up for a while.
Chair Holmes, this was a point of information.
Yeah, sorry. I was thinking out loud.
We're still in questioning. Chair Gell?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Hall and then Senator Maury.
Just to get, can I first just direct a question, I guess, to Chair Salerno about this? Is there
You may.
Just for curiosity's sake and more for clarity, were there like Shia Muslim voices represented in like all the talks that we've had with the different groups and everything like that? Just because, I mean, respectfully, both resolutions seem to have the issue of one sect is more represented than the other.
To my understanding, the Muslim Student Association is majority one sect. So on that aspect, I cannot say because I was not in those conversations. So I cannot speak to that. This is just according to another voice, another student, and what their concerns were upon seeing this proclamation. They weren't informed to Sierra's point, they weren't informed very early on. All of this happened very quickly so that we can try and do a lot of the work and the advocacy through the institution. But I cannot speak to that.
Chair Holmes.
So yeah, just like Chair Salerno said, I did meet with Muslim Student Association, so I was not aware that the information that was being told from me to me was from a specific branch or not, and I wasn't aware of the two branches at the time. So that's because I talked to the Muslim Student Association and I wasn't informed that the information was from a specific branch. But yeah.
Senator Maury.
In the interest of representing all religions, I would say that we probably shouldn't pass either of these proclamations until we are sure that we can represent the entirety of Islam. Once we pass this, we can't take it back. So I think that's probably a good idea to make sure we represent the entirety of Islam.
Teshay, then Gil.
So I kind of disagree. Just because I know that what Chair Holmes was mainly talking about is the purpose of these bills was to be able to show them to professors, to show like, these are the days that I need accommodations for. And so while I do find it, not the greatest look that we aren't getting this 100% correct, we're not going to be meeting again before the end of Ramadan and before Eid. And so I think it's in the best interest of those students that even if maybe this is not 100% perfect, that we do pass it, especially considering this is just a proclamation for 2022 and we can pass a better one and a more inclusive one next year.
Trigo.
I have to agree with Senator Maury on this. I think that we do need to hold off on passing this until we get full representation of students. I would hate to offend any student that feels like they're not properly represented. What I will say though is all of this that we do is public record. So I think what we could do, because I am worried about putting any misinformation about offending any students, that is the last thing I think our body really needs to do. But I think what we should do is I think we should postpone this to when we come back. However, let the student body know, let all of the organizations that are on here, Muslim Student Association, Palestinian Student Association, to show their professors, hey, the student body is really working on this. They have already passed this on first reading. They're continually trying to do this and recognize this. We want you to recognize this. But I do have to express sentiments that I would not feel comfortable voting this tonight without consulting multiple other students and looking at different resources.
Cox and then Hall.
So this proclamation is meant to accommodate for religion, which UCF is already obligated to do. But the current situation with finals week and Eid being at the same time, Syria was nice enough to come and tell us about it. This would never happen with like Christmas as an example. Like the entire academic calendar is set up to accommodate for Christianity. So I think we should pass this to be fair to all religions. And it is also time sensitive because of finals and Eid both coming up before our next meeting. I do think that while representation may not be completely there, something is better than nothing, and it is so time sensitive.
Chair Hall.
I want to first preface that my initial question was not on the basis of outright rejecting the resolution, whatnot. I understand that, obviously the proclamation, this is a much more complicated subject than I think many of us are equipped for in terms of just, we are not adherents to this faith. At the same time, I do agree with some of the concerns with regards to the fact that we can't deny the fact that these are two very different, not different, but these are two very prominent sects of a religion that, that before we have all the information about that, I feel that it would be inappropriate to, in effect, favor one over the other in terms of this. Obviously, this is something celebrated by both, and I think there's a way to make this that it's by both. I personally am more of the opinion that there's a middle ground here of if we postponed this one to give time to make the amendments, because I think there is a way that you can make this and we can get it done, work with the people who are around, because I know that that's something that obviously everyone here wants to do. This is an important thing. I personally think it would be best to postpone it, allow the other two, give it time so we can come back to Eid and this Ramadan resolution to make sure that it's as equipped as possible. I would make a motion, but it seems like there's a bunch of
Salerno and Spalding.
I do believe with some of the sentiments that it is very crucial that we pass this tonight. My recommendation would be to table this and follow through. In the meantime, I'm talking to Sophia and I'm talking to Syria because I think that we can pass this. It just needs to be a lot more broad. So a lot of these specifics can be deleted and we can still pass it today. Students can still use it because those therefore be it resolved clauses will not change. It's the whereas, it's the specifics of it. It can be an educational opportunity for all of us, but I think it's very crucial that we talk about it right now and we make it a little bit more broad so that it is more inclusive.
Senator Spalding.
I was actually going to make a motion to table this proclamation until we're able to get more information, just like we did for the last one.
All right. So are you stating that you were going to make it, or are you actually making it?
I make that motion.
All right. There's been a motion to table Proclamation 5403. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'll take that as general consent, and the proclamation is tabled. Proclamation 5404. Proclamation recognizing April as Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month. Senator Gill, 3 minutes starting now.
Hi, everyone. I'll keep it really brief. This month is Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month. I felt that it was necessary for us as a body to pass this and really let the student body know we stand in solidarity and we are actively working against Sexual Assault Awareness and Prevention Month and letting students know that the 2018 campaign, Let's Be Clear, if they did not know what that was, is tied to this. And yeah, I yield the rest of my time to questions.
We're now online for questioning. Chair Urea.
Motion to move to debate.
I'm not going to see that because there is a hand up. Deeser Foster.
Hi, Chair Gale. Who did you talk to regarding this proclamation?
Yeah, that question was asked at SBA as well. I talked to the Women's Student Union. I also am an RA, so I did talk to residents around the hall and some of my constituents within my classes about how they felt about this. And this did have support from constituents within my college, freshmen and athletes that I see, and the Women's Student Union.
Spalding and then Maury.
I was just going to go to debate, but if Maury has a question, I will. Yep.
Senator Maury.
I'm not attacking the validity of the statistics, but I don't see in the whereases 35% of straight women face a form of sexual assault, 61% of bisexual women, and then it proceeds down like that. Are there any? I don't see that it references a particular citation of any kind. Is that in there? Am I just confused?
No, it's okay. That's a valid question. Yeah. So if you look at in the 2015 the United States Transgender Survey. Oh, I see what you're talking about now, that specific thing. I believe it was that specific study that found it, but I'm going to look up that specific study because I'm 99% sure it was from there, but I want to clarify and I will give you that answer as soon as I can.
All right, we're still on questioning. Spalding.
Seeing no other hands, move to go to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Urea, Cox, Mole, then Sabula.
I am highly in favor of this bill. I also like how there is representation of trans individuals as well in this, and I don't see any problems with it. So I recommend everyone else votes in favor of it as well.
Chair Cox.
Motion to see Senator Salerno and Senator Cox's amendments as a block.
There's been a motion to see Chair Salerno and Cox's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? I object. Do you withdraw? Do you withdraw?
Yes, I withdraw.
Senator Moll.
Yeah, I'd like to add all of the amendments on the document to the block.
There's no motion.
I move to see all of the amendments on the document as a block.
Move to see all of the, there's been a motion to see all of the amendments on the document as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'll take that as general consent. They will be seen as a block. We are in debate. Are there any senators wishing to debate? Foster.
Yeah, I think this is on the amendments, right?
Yes, either that or the
I think
the proclamation.
I think the amendments look good, so I will be voting in favor.
Caucus.
May I retain the amendments?
You may.
I think all these amendments make sense and they make it a more efficient and concise bill. And with that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the block of amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. Vote either yes, no, or abstain. No talking during voting procedures. With a vote count of 41 to 0 to 2, the block of amendments pass. Or the block of amendments passes. We are still in debate. Temple.
May I retain?
You may.
Right. So this bill is looks well written, well researched, and I agree that something needs to be done. And this is a good first step. With that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5404. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. Vote either yes, no, or abstain. No talking during voting procedures. With a vote count of 43 to 0 to 1, Proclamation 5404 passes favorably on second reading. I do want to see the legislation. However, I do need to deal with resignations and elections on LJR, and I want to make sure we have time to get to that. So is there a motion to go to miscellaneous business? Any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Resignations. Chair Urea has resigned from the Hispanic Latinx Caucus. Elections. Is there a motion to open up nominations for LJR? Someone told me they want to be nominated. I kind of forgot. Oh, Patel. Is there a motion or all those in favor of nominating Patel and Cox? Is there anyone else wishing to be nominated? Is there a motion to close nominations? Is there a motion to open up elections for LJR? All those in favor say aye. All those against? Take that as general consent. You are both on LJR. Appointments to the Women's Caucus, Vice Chair Temple. We are not doing Chic Couture or Series Collectibles. Is there a motion to go back to notice of legislation on second reading? All right, Proclamation 5405, proclamation honoring 40 Days for Life, the pro-life movement, and the approximately 73 million worldwide victims of abortion in 2021. Senator Ferguson, 3 minutes starting now.
73 million. It's a big number. It's the approximate number of worldwide abortions last year. The number one cause of death among all people. 25% of all pregnancies ended in abortion. It's a very important topic. So where am I going to begin? Just read expect a statement from a practicing abortion doctor. Look at that little baby. So cute. This is about her friend's 15-week-old baby. That baby's wanted, loved, desired. It's a good situation for all. But contrast that with the unborn baby in the next paragraph. It doesn't end so well. Think of it this way. One baby's desired, one isn't. One lives, one doesn't. What difference is there between those two? Is this right? Let me point something out. An unborn child has a unique blood type, unique DNA, arms, legs, eyes. It moves. It's a human being. It's not an oyster, a crab, or a lamb chop. It's a human being. 95% of the scientists back them up. You saw the stats on my proclamation. I'm going to make a sharp U-turn, make a quote from the American Civil Liberties Union about the death penalty. Barbaric and brutal institution, uncivilized in theory, unfair in practice, considered unfit for murderers. Guess what, if you think about it? People of the Senate, every single aborted baby receives this penalty. It's a harsh thing, but it's true. No, they don't live afterwards. What have they done to deserve this? Have they burned down a bank? Driven too slowly in the fast lane? Committed tax fraud? They're innocent. What have they done? Now, I wanted to give you a fit, but basically, if you think about the people who have been aborted or who almost were. Have any of y'all heard Celine Dion? Her music is beautiful. Brought joy to hundreds of millions of people. She almost never made any music.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. She was the 15th child, and her mom almost decided to abort her. A priest talked her out of it. What would the world have lost if Celine Dion were aborted? How many people like her die every day? People of the Senate, you're never going to get a letter of complaint from an aborted baby. You're never going to get a statement from them asking why they couldn't see this. You're never going to hear them laugh or cry. But that doesn't mean that they do not matter. They matter. People, if these people had lived, what would they have done? How many people now would we have known who now are lying in the grave? 40 Days for Life has saved 20,730 babies over the course of existence. That's 20,730 humans who got to see the sun, who got to live. It's a worthy organization that UCF would do very well to honor. Don't know how much time I have left, but
The allotted time has now elapsed. We are now in line for questioning. All right, I'm going to go Revert, Moroto, Urea. You have the floor.
How do you use your mic?
Your mic's.
It still works with mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you think this will impact the student body, specifically to those who have had abortions? Do you believe that there will be anything that would happen to these people? Or do you think it will just be a non-controversial celebration of life?
I have the utmost sympathy for somebody who's had an abortion. I understand it's not an easy choice. Nobody would ever intentionally want to but I mean, on the other hand, I feel like it's important to have the voice of the unborn child. It's important to have the voice of an unborn baby. And it's important to remember that there are two sides to this. I mean, I've made sure to make sure that everything that I say is true. I've done my best to make sure everything I say here is true. So it's important to have two sides to this.
Moroto?
Do you have any statistics to show that this bill in any way reflects the opinions of the student body?
Well, I can point out that a majority of Americans support restrictions on abortion and would agree with the pro-life, and it's statistically inconceivable that there's not a decent amount of UCF students who would support this.
Urea?
Is there a past proclamation that was passed in support of the pro-choice movement?
Yes, proclamation. There was a resolution 5334 that it spoke very strongly against Governor DeSantis's bill to take 22. Basically, Governor DeSantis had the bill to move the abortion line down to 15 weeks from 22 weeks, and there was a bill very strongly passed. There was a bill strongly passed, I believe, 18-1 last March, I believe, and I feel like that didn't reflect the opinions of the student body. And that's why I
follow up regarding his answer. You may.
And did that resolution mention a specific pro-choice organization in it?
I do not believe so, but the intent is the same.
All right, next there are going to be Foster, Sabila, Taché. Foster, you have the floor.
Hi, Senator Ferguson. So you just recently mentioned that the pro-choice bill that passed in the last session, it didn't accurately reflect the views of the student body. So I'm kind of wondering, did you speak to any of your constituents regarding writing this proclamation?
There are many people I know who would strongly support what was said here. I mean, and would definitely agree that this is a very important issue. And I mean, there's a reason that approximately 50% of the people have my stance on this topic.
Senator Sabila.
Can I say a point of interest or point of information?
You may.
Senator Ferguson said that most Americans agree with abortion restriction, But according to Pew Research Center and something that was published May 6, 2021, 59% of Americans say abortion should be legal in all or most cases. So that was incorrect.
All right. Teshay.
Move to go to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Any objections?
Objection.
Do you withdraw?
Sure.
All right. Costas, Nguyen, I hope I'm saying your name right. Can you pronounce it just so I...
It's Nguyen.
Nguyen, okay. And then McClellan.
So I know earlier when I was looking to pass my bill, you asked if I had scientists on both sides. So I want to ask, did you get scientists on both sides evidence for this bill?
If you look at the Stephen Jacobs, he interviewed 5,000 biologists of all different sorts, all different ideologies for over a period of 5 years, and he successfully defended it at his dissertation. He successfully defended his PhD. And if you look at the Harvard, this was a Senate subcommittee. I mean, obviously, I'm sure there's going to be scientists who disagree, but I tried to find as unbiased scientists as I possibly could.
Senator Nguyen.
Do you think that abortion shouldn't even take place if the pregnancy is a result of sexual interaction that didn't have any consent?
First of all, I mean, that's a tough question to answer but first, I have the utmost sympathy to anybody toward that happens to. I would also point out it doesn't apply to most of the abortions here. But again, I would have to say it's a human being. And judging by that, I don't think I can't say that it's right to end a human being's life, like in this line of thing. I just can't do that. So I would have to answer that I don't think so.
McClellan.
So this proclamation, it's for honoring 40 Days for Life, the pro-life movement, and the approximately 73 million worldwide victims of abortion in 2021. So I ask, what have the aforementioned done to get this honoring, and how will it benefit the student body?
Of course. I feel like this is a 40 Days for Life, as I pointed out. They within the bounds of the law and peace, they try and persuade people not to get abortion. And there are 20,730 people who are walking the earth now, approximately, because of what they've done. And so as to whether this would benefit the student body, I think it's a very worthy organization to honor. I think that it's clear that what they're doing is a good thing. And I think that many students would agree with that.
Is that a point of inquiry? Information.
Just to clarify, Senator Ferguson referenced unbiased medical professionals, but I pulled up the dissertation of the one medical professional he cited, Stephen Jacobs, who cites Donald Trump and Marco Rubio as sources in his dissertation. So I just don't want people to think that this was an unbiased medical
That is
professional.
debate, not information. But Cox and Hall.
How will this affect the student body, none of whom were aborted and are also not at risk of being aborted?
Well, I would just point out that they could have been aborted if they'd gotten a different gotten a different look at the draw, shall we say. But so, yes, it doesn't directly affect, but it'll definitely affect the future student body.
Chair Hall.
I have two rapid fire questions, like one sentence response from Senator Ferguson.
You may.
First thing, specifically with regards to the statistic about 95% of scientists, are you aware that Stephen Jacobs is the programs director for the Illinois Right for Life?
I believe that his statement stands on the merits, and even if that statement doesn't, I have several other scientific sources that make it quite clear that there's at least a decent possibility that there's some scientists who are reputable who believe that an unborn baby is a human being.
And if I may, also when it comes to the 1981 subcommittee report, was that a nonpartisan report or a partisan report that led to the conclusion about life beginning at conception?
I would guess that it's a nonpartisan report. I will have to check that, but I would also point out, I mean, I will have to look into that.
Martinez and Richard.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, since let's just say that the that the babies do get and end up being born, let's just say that, right? Would you be in support, or does this proclamation have any support for trying to any sort of social programs to try to improve the life of the babies after they're born, or is it just like after they're born, just kind of leave them be?
Good question. I feel that, that would be outside the scope of this proclamation, but I feel like just because somebody is born into poor circumstances doesn't mean that they don't deserve to live. Just because somebody is born into an area that's not wealthy or whatever, this is America. Like our average standard of living is far higher than the rest of the world, than a lot of parts of the world on average. Like that would be a question for another thing. But I would just say that just because a kid is born into a poorer place does not mean that that the kid shouldn't get to live. Like,
The order is Richard, Wangen, Harrell, Mole, Domino, Revert, Spalding, Cox, Caldwell, Nguyen, Taché. Richard, you have the floor.
Would you consider
Decorum.
reaching out to students to gain direct support for this bill?
I would love to do that.
Senator Wangen, you have the floor.
A motion, if I may.
We'll take questions. Harrell, you have the floor.
Sorry, a really quick question, yes or no. I was just curious as to if this proclamation was kind of religiously based, or was this just like personal belief?
This proclamation is based on my personal belief. Obviously, my religion would go in, but even if I wasn't a Christian, I would still support this proclamation because I believe that every human being is valuable and has a right to life.
Point of information?
Well, yeah, sort of. I guess I would just say we have about 20 minutes left.
Yes, we do have 20 minutes left. Anything that has not been seen will be tabled, and not tabled, but it becomes unfinished business to be seen on May 16th. That includes all proclamations that were tabled. All right, Senator Moore, you have the floor.
Move to go to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. As a reminder, everyone has 5 minutes for debate. I'm going to start with Yamachili, then I'm going to go with Sabula, then I'm going to go with Temple. Yamachili, you have the floor.
Thank you. Firstly, I would like to say that I don't believe it is UCF's job to be putting out its position on the abortion debate. Secondly, I don't believe that a majority of UCF students support the pro-life movement. I also believe that this resolution does not serve to adequately address the needs of the student body. Condemning abortion and supporting the pro-life movement does nothing materially to improve the conditions of the student body and only serves to exacerbate the culture war that already exists, not only in this university, but in the rest of our society, in our communities, in our state, and in our country. It's not UCF's position to support a proclamation that serves as a threat to women's reproductive rights. And it's, I would say, a commonly accepted position among many constituents of mine and of other senators in here that a woman has the right to choose whether she wants to have an abortion or not. And I stand by that principle, and I will be voting against this proclamation, and I encourage my fellow senators to do the same. Thank you.
Sabula, you have the floor.
Hi, as many of you know, I'm the Women's Caucus Chair, and we discussed this on Tuesday, April 19th. We made this statement together for me as chair to read on our behalf. We will be voting against this proclamation, and this statement will justify the opinion. We do not believe it is appropriate for the UCF Student Senate to support 40 Days of Life, the organization in the proclamation, nor do we find it appropriate to recognize and honor the movement behind this organization. We do not think it is appropriate for the Student Body Senate to get involved with the discourse surrounding the pro-life movement. This is a topic for people who can get abortions to decide amongst themselves whether they make decision to be pro-life or pro-choice. We cannot support an organization that guilts people either way. After investigation into organization, we found that their actions fail to align with their beliefs. While 40 Days of Life believe in protecting the sanctity of life, there has been recorded instances of the members of the organization harassing women and children as young as 12 years of age, as cited in an article by The Guardian. If you agree with the pro-life movement and do not condone the harassment of women and children, please abstain or vote no. If you agree with the sentiments of myself and Women's Caucus, please vote no with me. And also, as a point of information, this was not part of my original speech, so this has nothing to do with Women's Caucus. But according to Pew Research, as I said earlier, 59% of Americans support abortion in all or most situations. And according to Newsweek, about 80% of college students support abortion. Thank you.
Chair Temple, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I concur with the prior statements made by Chair Sabula and Chair Yalamanchili in saying that this proclamation does next to nothing when it comes to doing anything of the sort for the student body when and advocating for them. We do not know how many students support or oppose the pro-life or pro-choice movements. That is true. But from the statistics that have been placed here on the floor, it can be discerned that the majority of Americans, including UCF students, do support pro-choice movements, support the pro-choice movement and not the pro-life movement. Moreover, I would like to issue points of information regarding the sources that the introducer of the bill had placed in their proclamation. Diane Irving, the doctor that testified before, if I can recall, the Princeton University professor, stating that during the process of fertilization, she is a professor of a Catholic university, so we can already guarantee her biases. I do not intend to go any further to draw this out, as we have 15 minutes left. I will say this, and I will say this bluntly. I will be opposing this proclamation, and I encourage all of you to do the same.
Chair Cox.
Move to table. We have time-sensitive business.
There's been a motion to table Proclamation 5405. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw?
No.
We're in pro-con. Who objected? Mole, 60 seconds, starting now.
Yeah, I think that the sort of atmosphere in this room is that many of us, if not the majority, feel strongly against this bill. I think we can go around and debate as long as we want and get our points across and really advocate. But at the end of the day, I think that most of us know how we feel about this bill, and it's not a positive way. I think that we should move to vote tonight, not use any more time on this resolution so that we can move to other more pertinent resolutions. And I think that means that we need to move to vote right now.
Chair Cox, 1 minute.
We have a very time-sensitive proclamation to get to and the amendments to it. And then whatever procedural stuff comes after that.
We're now voting procedures. Yes is for the objection, Senator Mole. No is against the objections, Chair Cox. And you may abstain. No talking during voting procedures. Brody, there's no abstention option. All right, for or against? Senator Mole's for, Chair Cox is against. With a vote count of 35-9, we are still in debate. Do Mole, Maury, Hall.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5405. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw? No. Pro-con. Decorum.
Quorum.
For the objection, Ferguson, 1 minute, starting now.
I just wanted to clear up a few statistics and was hoping to have time for that. But so I wanted to debate and then go to vote.
Senator Moore, 1 minute.
The statistics don't change the fact of the subject matter, and I think that we've debated this thoroughly enough to know how we feel about this issue.
We're now voting procedures. For is Senator Ferguson, against Senator Moore. With a vote count of 6 to 37, we can't vote on this procedurally. There are amendments on it. Chair Gall.
I'm going to make a motion to table Proclamation 5405.
There's been a motion to table Proclamation 5405. Any objections? Do you withdraw?
Can I ask a question? You said there was amendments on this?
Yes, there are amendments on the proclamation.
I don't withdraw.
All right, we're on pro-con. Mole for the objection, 1 minute.
We can simply vote on the amendments. I also don't think that there's much debate on those as well. We can read through those quickly and get this out of the way as quickly as possible.
Chair Gall.
Yep, I understand your sentiment. However, that is still time consuming. This is still time consuming. There are more important business. We can deny this out. We can deny or approve this at another time.
We're now voting procedures. For the objection, Senator Mole. Against the objection, Chair Gill. With a vote count of 20 to 22, we're in debate. We are voting now on tabling. My apologies. We're now voting procedures. A yes is to table it. No is to not table it. And you may abstain. With a vote count of 31 to 13 to 2, Proclamation 5405 is tabled. Spalding.
Seeing as we have like 10 minutes left and we really wanted to get to the resolution or the proclamations revolving Eid and the other one, can we like go back to those? Is there like a motion I can make? Because we do only have like a limited time.
There, you can make a motion to pick it up from the table.
I move to pick up Proclamation 5402 from the table.
There's been a motion to pick up Proclamation 5402 from the table. Are there any objections? Objections? Yeah. Do you withdraw? Pro-con? For the objection, Senator Chair Cox.
I'm objecting because I think that we should go to 5403, not 5402.
Spalding.
Well, I mean, the idea is that we would see both tonight so that we can make sure that these pass in time for in time for exams and everything like that. So we could see both at the end of the day. That's just we're running out of time.
We're now on voting procedures. 4 is for the objection, Chair Cox. Against is against the objection, Senator Spalding. With a vote count of 4 to 33, we are now seeing Proclamation 5402, Proclamation celebrating Eid al-Fitr 2022. Chair Holmes, 3 minutes when you're ready.
All right, so point of information from Sophia, that if we accept all these amendments, it would be more inclusive for both branches. I read over it and I do agree with that. Erasing the April 2nd and May 2nd and just putting Ramadan 2022 so that it is inclusive to all individuals who celebrate Ramadan and Eid, whichever proclamation we're talking about. So that's it.
We're now in line for questioning. Maury.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're in debate. Mole.
Move to see all amendments on the dock as a block.
There's been a motion to see all of the amendments on the document as a block. Are there any objections? I object. Do you withdraw? Senator Galloway.
Move to adopt suggestions made by Sophia and Adrian as my own amendments.
So those are amendments that are on the document. Okay. There is a motion to adopt those amendments as Senator Galloway's. Are there any objections? Seeing none, they've been adopted by Chair Galloway. Maury.
Move to see all the amendments as a block.
There's been a motion to see all the amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, they will now be seen as a block. Chair Temple.
Move to vote on all amendments.
There's been a motion to vote on the block of amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. You may vote either yes, no, or abstain. No talking during voting procedures. With a vote count of 42 to 0 to 1, the block of amendments pass. Chair Cox.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5402. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. You may vote either yes, no, or abstain. With a vote count of 41 to 0 to 1, Proclamation 5402 passes favorably on second reading. Senator Spalding.
Move to pick up Proclamation 5403 from the table.
There's been a motion to pick up Proclamation 5403 from the table. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now seeing Proclamation 5403. Chair Holmes, 3 minutes.
Same thing. Yield my time.
We're now in line for questioning. Chair Temple.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Nguyen.
Move to see on the amendment on Proclamation 5403 is a block.
There's been a motion to see all the amendments on the document as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'll take that as general consent. They will now be seen as a block. Gail.
I have a question. So these amendments that are seen as a block, who stroked through and like what like whose guidance was behind that, I guess?
Sophia. Why do I keep referring to Syria? Both of them, Syria and Sophia.
Tache.
Move to vote on the block of amendments.
There's been a motion to vote on the block of amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. You may vote either yes, no, or abstain. With a vote count of 41 to 0 to 2, the block of amendments passes. Chair Cox.
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Proclamation 5403. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. You may vote either for, against, or abstain. With a vote count of 43 to 0 to 2, Proclamation 5403 passes favorably on second reading. We are out of time. Everything that was not seen is going to be put on unfinished business for the next regularly scheduled Senate meeting on May 19, 2022. Is there a motion to adjourn pending final roll call? Any objections? Chair Urea.
Custis.
Here.
Moroto.
Here.
Mole. Potier. Here. Kira. Gomez. Martinez.
Here.
McClellan.
Present.
Millington.
Present.
Richard,
Present.
Temple,
Present.
Bursey, Caldwell,
Here.
Robbins,
Here.
Spalding,
Here.
Van Kirk,
Here.
Castello,
Here.
Ferguson,
Here.
Lairdo,
Here.
Maury,
Here.
Wynn,
Here.
Pina,
Here.
Simcoe,
Present.
Wanjin,
Present.
Bearbert, Domino,
Here.
Foster,
Here.
Galloway,
Here.
Beaumont,
Here.
Becerra,
Here.
Gell,
Present.
Demarla,
Here.
Patel, Yamanchili,
Present.
Cinco, Harrell,
Present.
Borges,
Here.
Roll,
Here.
Almanar, Anderson,
Present.
Castellan,
Present.
Sabula,
Present.
Hall,
Present.
Holmes,
Present.
Huerta, Costas,
Here.
Martin, Salerno,
Present.
Salcedo,
Present.
Tache,
Here.
Cerisi, Cox.
Present.
47 out of 55, Quorum is verified.
I hereby adjourn this meeting at 11:58 p.m. Everybody must leave the union. It is closed. If you want to have a